All right. Good morning, everyone. The time is now 8:03 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order. This is the meeting of the City Commission workshop. It has been duly posted as required by state law. We do have a quorum of the commission, and I do believe we'll have two commissioner from District 1 and 4 that will be joining us shortly. But we will call this meeting to order. And will you go ahead and read the conflict of interest? I don't see that.
Yes, ma'am. Under state law, conflict of interest exists if a commission member or certain members of that person's family has a qualifying financial interest in an agenda item. Members with a conflict of interest cannot participate in the discussion nor vote on the agenda item. Are there any known conflict of interest to discuss at this time?
None.
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 Okay, we're going to move on to citizens' communication, and we don't have any for
All right.
today. So
Okay.
now, moving on to item 4, will be discussion to prioritize projects for the comprehensive plan, downtown plan, and parks plan.
All right. Wonderful.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for coming out. Thank you, staff, for being here on a Saturday morning, a bright and happy Saturday morning for everybody. Moving along, we have, everyone was given a copy of the comprehensive plan, the parks plan, and the downtown master plan. What we're going to do today is go over those projects that were listed in the plan and come up with a priority list that the commission would like staff to focus on. What I'd like to do is just hand out a copy of what we did last time and what that report doesn't make it look like this, but excuse me.
Commissioner Morales, do you have a conflict
Nope. Thank you.
for the record?
Okay, what I handed out is a ranking of the projects that were identified in the last comprehensive plan. The entire process was just a little different than we went through this time, but it started back in 2013, and we came up with a priority list of projects in a similar fashion. Just like this, it was a commission that got together, went through the projects identified in the comprehensive plan, and then we ranked them. Starting with number 1, which obviously means that's the highest priority. Now, that doesn't mean that we're going to focus our energy automatically on project number 1, whatever that may be. This is just something that states that this is what the commission wants to get done first. But if an opportunity comes for another project that may be ranked 5th or 6th to be funded and adopted, then that's what we're going to do. So I'd like to come up with the same thing today. Again, it does not have to look just like this, but this was the format of what I think, of what we did last time. So just keep that in mind, and you could refer to that. And one thing, today, the only thing I'd like to accomplish is that we rank the projects. That's it. And I'd like to keep the ranking by component. For instance, the comprehensive plan will have its own ranking, Parks plan will have its own ranking, and then the downtown plan will have its own. And then we can focus on all three at the same time. We can multitask that way, and then just keep moving forward on whatever projects the commission identifies. I did ask staff to come up with, from the plan, a list of the projects that they considered a priority. Specifically, Alexis, Anna, and Danny presented projects, submitted them to me. I looked them over, and from the plan that everybody has, I came up with a list in priority of what I thought we should look at. I'm going to hand that out right now. You've seen all these projects before. They're the comprehensive plan, the parks plan, and the, did you pass one down?
Yes. Commissioner, do you have a conflict of interest on anything on the item, on the agenda?
None.
No for District 1 for the record.
Okay, so this is a list of projects that each of the directors as responsible for those certain areas that we're going to cover came up with. I looked at them, and in most cases, I agreed with the director. I did make a few changes. But in essence, this is what they submitted as our priority for the projects that we're going to talk about today. Again, this does not mean that the commission has to adopt these as presented. One of the things to keep in mind is that when we go through the projects, a lot of these are going to be pretty expensive, so it will take a while going from beginning all the way to completion. And so in the original plan, I think we adopted 18 projects, what it was? 17 projects. So I don't think we need to go through the entire plans and rank each project. I think we just need to rank the ones that we need to focus on. So with that said, Rolando is here from the library. He's going to help us. What I'd like to do is, we're supposed to be here from 8 to 4. 4 is a hard stop. 4 o'clock, we're going to stop, whether we're finished or not, so.
I've been telling the staff 11.
8 to 11? Oh, that's it. Was that a motion?
No, I'm saying, because you guys did all this hard work, it kind of just streamlines the whole process for us.
Okay,
I haven't seen it, but it looks.
okay, well, you have seen the projects, you just haven't seen the
correct,
ranking, yeah.
correct. I mean, we can change it from here, but.
Oh,
We will try to leave as early as possible, and hopefully everybody can enjoy lunch, and then we can go home and continue on with our days. So let's just be efficient.
okay, no, that was a motion and that was a second. Okay, so we're leaving at noon today, good. Okay, so I'd like to start with the downtown plan and then go on to the parks plan, and then from there, finish up with the comprehensive plan. Initially, I had thought we would spend no more than 2 hours on each one, but given the new direction from the commission, we're going to make it faster, so.
Gabe, I do think we could have, I know that we put in a lot of work into the comprehensive plan with our consultants, but I do think that it might be worth our while to anticipate having a second workshop once everything has been identified. So
Oh, yeah.
that way we're not really pressing for
Right.
getting everything,
But-
out and done right now.
Mayor, what I was hoping that we could do today is just identify the numbering system for the various projects, identify those projects, and then we'd go back to staff, come up with more information like the cost for each of these, assign responsibility of what department it's going to oversee, and just provide you with more details, and then at that point, put it all together in some sort of pamphlet, kind of like similar to this, and then we adopt it formally. So that might require 1 or 2 more meetings, I would imagine.
That's good.
And they don't necessarily have to be on a Saturday, they could just be during the commission meeting. Because we would have already accomplished the majority of the work. So, okay, so with that in mind, if we could start with the downtown plan. Just point out, the first 6 projects were identified, no, I'm sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself, that's the parks plan. Okay, so we're good. Identified the public space activation for alley improvements.
If I can just hop in real quick.
Sure.
Alexis, you're the one that put together the downtown plan 1 to 10? All right, just,
I didn't rank them, I just listed in short-term, midterm, and long-term goals.
okay, so looking at this sheet, what is your short-term goals?
Sure. So first one is increasing downtown housing for second-story residential incentives. We have a lot of buildings that have second first step is to try to get some types of incentives to produce that second story development. Public space activation as far as alley improvements, that is what Mr. Gonzalez said.
Alexis, could I interrupt you real quick for a minute? Chief, we had done some work on her first priority that she mentioned, which was to allow for residential sprinkler systems on the second floor of any facility in the downtown area to make it suitable for mixed use, which would be primarily a home of some sort. Now, we haven't changed any of the building codes that would prohibit that, right? Yeah,
I
okay.
remember when we had the THC come down, Alexis did a great job, brought them down. They talked about how we have a fire district in downtown. Chief, have you had a chance to take a peek at that? Which has its own regulations. I was hoping if part of number one, or item 8 on our list, which is that downtown area, can you guys take a peek at that, see if there's any way we can modernize it? And if you could look at it with planning to see if there's a way that we can obviously achieve your goal, which is public safety, right? And then number 1, and property safety be number 2, and seeing if there's any red tape we can cut from there. Or anything, any way we can modernize it so it's not so cost prohibitive, but we are still able to achieve the goals you want.
So, Chief, getting back to that first issue about the sprinkler system, would that actually take care of number 8 to some degree, or?
We don't have your list.
Okay.
Do you want to make one?
Yes,
I'd like to
please.
make-
Could you please? I'm sorry, I only made
No, that's fine.
10.
Oh, let me make copies of one.
It's the one you submitted, Alexis, but it's not,
You reordered it?
yes, I did.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah. Well, anyways, if you guys can just take a peek at that, y'all too, with on-eye planning, I'd appreciate that.
We know it can be possible, right? It's just trying to work through that fire district.
Correct, and if we need to get rid of it, or amend it, Chief, we leave it to you guys.
That's what
I
she submitted.
think that the code that the city adopted is the one that hopefully goes. I've never heard of a fire district.
Neither had I till I went to that meeting, so that caught me off guard as well.
This is what that's.
So,
Okay.
I appreciate you looking into it.
On that note, on the increased downtown housing, I think, I don't know, this is your district, Commissioner, but I do think that it should be the number 1 priority, because that kind of starts the revitalization and what the vision is long-term. So it's almost like a long-term goal, number 1, and also a short-term goal
Yes,
to get that done. But I think that it would be beneficial for the next time to have EDC here for this, because I think that I know that you restructured how the incentives work and kind of removed that from downtown to the EDC, but you're working really closely in connection with it. But I think potentially this might be where all the incentives need to go in that bucket, so that way there really is truly an incentive to utilize that until, of course, that is accomplished, and then moving on to other things or smaller portion of dollars to go to other items. So I don't know if that's something that both maybe the 4B and the 4A could participate in, because it is a quality of life project too.
And the whole goal is to move people downtown so they're buying things and therefore filling up those coffers, the sales tax.
Yeah,
coffers.
so I think that we should really look to see how we can, of course, safety is paramount, right? So we don't want to cut corners in that, and in that regard at all, but if we can lessen the financial burden with those different buckets, I think we can accomplish that goal faster.
Yeah, I agree. So then, does everyone have this in front of them?
Yes, that's,
This one?
what I handed out was, these are, the projects are in the plan, but this is what staff submitted regarding their projects from the plans. And so the first one is the downtown, and what I came up with was I went through this list and came up with the one that I handed out to you. Just real quick on number 8, the reason I ranked it so low was because we had already addressed something regarding the sprinkler system, which was really the biggest component of what people were complaining about. They were saying that to put a sprinkler system in a loft downtown would be extraordinarily expensive. And so we met with the chief, and so we came up with this solution, which was to use a residential sprinkler system, which would lower the cost substantially, and then it would make it eligible for someone to have, say, a retail on the bottom and then have a home or a rental property on top. And so I thought we had already kind of taken care of this, so that's why I didn't make it my number one, but I think it is important, like the mayor and Commissioner Lopez mentioned, that we need to address. And so if we can still improve upon that, I think we need to make it number one. I agree.
Mr. Vanna White, would we put down then increased downtown housing as number one then?
It's gonna go home.
Rolando, that was a compliment.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
didn't sound like one, but it is.
I will just say, State of the City would not happen as smoothly as it does without the exceptional help of the library. So let's, let's be nice.
Rondo has a sense of humor, so it's okay.
Okay.
I figured he knew that joke was coming. Like, that was like the low-hanging fruit. Exactly.
There
Thank
you
you,
go.
sir.
Is that big enough or y'all need it a little bit bigger?
That's perfect.
I have a quick question. I know the EDC does the Revitalize Harlingen grant, and most of it is for exterior improvements, and 25% of it is for interior improvements. Now, sprinkler systems, the way the grant works is you have to spend more on the outside than on the inside.
Right.
So I know a lot of times the sprinkler systems are the main thing that they want to help with funding, but it's only 25% that is available, and you have to do something on the outside in order for that 25% to kick in. So maybe speaking with the EDC about getting it maybe a 50-50 or, something different as far as percentage to allow them to get some funding for sprinkler systems.
That works for me, and we can have that conversation moving forward. I think to Gabe's point, we can prioritize, and then we can strategize afterwards. Cool?
Yeah.
Correct.
And that's the
I think we
plan.
can definitely solve that issue, but that's why I think there's going to, I know that we talked about making sure that it's a workshop with everyone, but we might want to reconsider some of these kind of micro type of goals also, and creating committees within the commission for certain projects. And just putting that out there for everyone. And then we can kind of revisit that once we finish here today and see if that's worth even entertaining.
Mayor, I think that's a great idea. I think what we could probably consider also is having subcommittees for, say, the downtown, one for the parks, and then one
Right.
for the complex.
Just because it's going to take some work to continue to push forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Something else I think we should put in the short term, to take it out of place
Well,
is,
Commissioner, I think we're just going to prioritize them?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to move it to number 2.
Oh, okay.
So this is short-term,
This is what I'm looking at right now. That's why I asked if everyone has this in front of them. So that this, what caught my eye about your list, Gabe, is that your list doesn't necessarily have everything listed in our plan. Like, for example, I didn't notice Wilson, we need to put Wilson as priority. We need to put, what's it called? A couple of other things. And so I looked at the master plan, saw the master plan isn't aligned with this, so I'm gonna go with this. If that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. And again, I didn't go through the plan and pick out every single project.
Correct.
Initially, when we did this, we only had 17 projects identified. Now, some of those projects had multiple projects within it.
Correct.
But I didn't want to rank every single one because we'd be here forever.
Perfect. For the slideshow, can we go to page 66, please? It's the second to last page. So I think the next item on the downtown plan should be dedicated downtown funding.
so let me, I'm not following the order here.
Just look at this one.
You want, just so that way we can stay organized, we're going to do short-term and long-term goals.
And midterm goals.
Okay, so what is this right now? Short-term?
We're still in the short term.
Okay, okay.
Okay, just so you know, in my plan, I didn't identify any short, longer.
Yeah.
It's just priority.
Yeah.
Which ones do we go after first? And so, yeah, but in essence, the first one should be the short term, right?
Yeah, that's
So-
what I'm trying to say. I think he's doing all of it, but the first few are going to be the ones in the short term, and then you move down. So are we really just doing double work by doing that? Because he's
No,
got,
because this does not, okay, what I'm saying is this is more comprehensive than this.
correct.
That includes every project, I think, in the plan.
Correct.
And I didn't do that.
That's what I figured we
Okay.
needed to,
Okay.
if that's okay with you. However you want to do it, like, to your point, we need to be organized, now we move forward. So how do you think we should,
I think that's fine, but we just need to make sure that it's consistent and we're doing it throughout. And if that's the plan, then we might be here a little bit longer, but we can, it's not a problem. But that's what we're going to do because I don't see that in the next, that those goals are not laid out the same moving forward. It's just downtown.
okay,
Do you see what, but I don't mind. I just want us to be consistent so that way everything looks, it's easy to navigate for the public when they're looking at it to say, okay, well, these are the goals for downtown, but what about the comprehensive plan? What are the short-term goals, midterm goals, long-term goals?
See, and in the parks plan, the way that I identified the priority projects were all those projects that had already received grant funding. Those become a priority.
Those are all the short-term,
Yeah,
no
agreed.
matter what.
agreed.
Yeah.
And so there's like 7 of them.
I agree
And
with
so
that.
all those are ranked from 1 to 7. And then after that, I ranked a few more. But the comp plan itself, I don't think has short or long-term projects.
What about y'all? Before we get started, so that way we have a plan moving forward, is that what you want to do? Short-term, midterm, long-term goals for each plan? Delia?
I agree. I
Yes?
think that's a good plan, short,
Okay.
mid, and long.
Yes? Yes?
And the way I got that also is that if you look at our plan, the comprehensive plan, it also has it listed by short-term, midterm.
Yeah, but I was going through their little list right here, right now,
Well,
that I hadn't seen. Okay.
Works for me.
All right, sounds good, okay. So got that, because we kind of threw that one on you, and you only have 3 little deals here. So I think that we could potentially have short, and then midterm and long-term, and then obviously, once we move on, we can go, that might be easier for you. Yeah, okay. Sounds great.
And I think, Commissioner, if we, say we identify 10 plans total, right, 10 projects total, and we get through all of them relatively quick, we can always have another meeting to come up with an additional 10 projects that you want us to focus on, so, because a year from now, a year and a half from now, priorities may change, and so then what we considered priority now, today, may be different in 2 years. And so,
I think that's a good plan, is every year we would have like a follow-up so that we can adjust as necessary.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
And I will say that anything that is on the short-term plan, I know it says 1 to 3 years, but I think we need to be realistic, and it
Yeah.
needs to be aggressive, and it shouldn't be there unless we're gonna get it done. So if we have it there for staff, we expect for us to really follow that, be married to it, and those are the goals that we can accomplish. And I think that the 1-year-end checkups will decide whether they remain on the short term or not. Just so that way we have, we've talked about how important it is to move forward quickly.
you're on board with the 1 and 2 year time for short term?
That's fine, yeah.
Okay.
And again, back to the mayor's point, if it's taking us a little longer, then we adjust. We'll continue calibrating as we move forward.
Okay, everybody heard him, okay, we're good.
But Alexis, just so you know, we really want mixed use by the, at the end of the 3 years, we want to see how beautiful it looks downtown. And that'll mean we need to have communication so that way we can support you along the way.
Agreed. I think also a top priority, not a midterm, is the Gutierrez Park redesign.
I think that's a park that should stay with the parks and not just downtown. I understand it's in downtown, but there should be also emphasis on the other parks, not just, Gutierrez. I understand it's important, and I know that long-term goal is to get that area, but I think that should not be in downtown. That's just a park, so it should be in the parks.
So then you also want to take out the green corridor, because that's
Well, the green corridor, which is that one?
That's on the long term.
midterm.
Midterm.
Yeah, yes, you're correct. And then you want to take out the Centennial Park expansion?
Yes, all that, anything that has to do with the park should be with the park plan. I understand it's a downtown, but when I think downtown, I'm thinking like what you're doing right now, like I was looking at some of them, the alley improvements, the cultural programming, all that stuff. That's cool, but then when you start going to parks, then we need to be a little bit more balanced.
Just so you
Balance,
know, Gutierrez Park, Centennial Park Design, and Lozano are all in the downtown master plan, so you'll have to go back to those plans in order for you all to see what their vision is for Gutierrez Park, or Centennial Park as well, so you're gonna have to go back and forth on those, okay?
And there's different budget, to your point, there's different buckets of money for those parks as well, given that if we were to create a TERS, the TERS money could go right into those parks, rather than that money cannot be used for Victor Park or the Royal Park or any other, Vestal Park, can be used for anything else.
And I think with the whole concept behind the Gutierrez Park was to make it more art-related, and kind of also like a little outside eatery and stuff, because Don Goito is right next to it, and he owns that property, to kind of get with him to kind of explore those options. Alley activation is another one, to put a mural and dining, little picnic tables and stuff outside the alley, make the alley into, look how it looks, brick paving, so, and lighting in the alleyway as well. So those are all concepts that they kind of related to the area as La Placita, and how it's known for the art district area.
Yeah, okay.
So I think like a happy medium here is for us, we spend a lot of money and time on the comprehensive plan, and then the I guess the collateral plans, that we should really keep those focused on the plans where they came from, because that was the whole purpose. So while those are parks, they're parks in the downtown plan, so they should be within the downtown goals moving forward. But in terms of staff and projects being prioritized in the grand scheme of things, then I think that we need to look at those as parks and prioritize projects based on parks, I guess, our timeline for parks. So I think the planning and the goals should stay in the downtown plan, because that was the whole purpose of the downtown plan. But at the same time, I was talking to Anna about parks and how there's been a big focus on parks lately, but I think we really need to get back to ensuring that the parks that we already have are up to par before we start moving on to creating additional green spaces for our staff to continue to maintain, because I would hate for them to deteriorate, because we're still not even where we want to be with the parks that we have, the existing parks. So I think that accomplishes both goals, to be able to keep the planning the way that it was originally, the goal behind it, because the GLOW paid for the comprehensive plan, but we were intentional with the downtown and the park, so we do need to do those. But we need to still be aware of making sure it's equitable across the city for all parks.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's what I meant. I meant like prioritize, like, I agree, it's part of the downtown plan, all that, but like, kind of like what you said, is that the priority shouldn't just be bumped up just because it's part of a separate plan.
I agree with that.
Yeah, because to her point, I was looking over it last night because I couldn't sleep, so I was like at 4 a.m. That's why I even sent Ruth an email like at 4 a.m. Because I was up last night and I was reading through it. And then you're right, like I was looking at the parks plan, and you're right, it does emphasize maintaining the parks and all the other stuff, except for a little bit of push, a little bit more toward the west side, where we do need pocket parks, because we shouldn't have any area that's within, like 10 miles from any park space.
I agree. The way I, in my mind, envisioned it is that we would be going after those big park grants for the parks, right? And we wouldn't be going after those big park grants for Gutierrez, Lozano, or Centennial. We would go after like downtown grants for those specific parks.
Yeah, like anything, because I know you're doing a lot to be able to get the downtown qualified for all these type of grants, for your historical preservation, all that other stuff. So if you can get some of that money, go for it. But I
Agreed.
think all the other money should be, because I know like he needs parks, I know Delia needs parks, I know Mike, well, he needs parks too. So we all need parks. So I think the priority from our budget should be going to those parks that people already use and we need to maintain, because I was looking at it and it mentioned how the restrooms were crappy and we need to fix those and that kind of
Pun
stuff.
intended.
Yeah.
I agree.
I
I'm
agree.
on board with you.
I agree. I think that what you're 100% what you said. I would want the quality versus quantity first. Maintenance, we have to have a maintenance plan for each park, because it's important that what we have right now, even though it may, like you just said, Rene, if we don't have, even though we don't have much, what we do have needs to be quality. So I agree.
Okay, so moving on to
Hold on. Before we move away from the subject of parks, I want to bring up again the Gold Star Memorial. That's something that we must consider.
We're not there yet, though, Commissioner. We're still on the downtown. But we can, I agree with you, but that's for parks, right?
Parks, La Placita, Centennial, you name it, it could go anywhere.
Do you want it in downtown?
Wherever it's best.
You know what would be perfect? I would love to have that at the pocket park for veterans.
No.
No. No sidebar conversations.
Side deals are
gentlemen.
being made right
I
here.
know. I agree with you 100%, but just so that way we can get everybody squared away. What I was going to say, the Gutierrez Park redesign, you want this on short term. So what I see is a redesign.
I agree.
Not an execution until where the design has been, so the way that I read it is Gutierrez Park redesign, art park concept, lighting, splash pad, performance in space. So this is a short-term goal to redesign it and have it shovel-ready to be able to move forward. And then where we are aligned with where we are with parks on the others, then that will be prioritized based on where they are in the list of parks.
Yeah,
So
the
it's
way-
a short-term.
The way I see it. Sorry.
But I didn't do anything.
The design would be short-term. Yeah.
Now you-
Shove me aside. We do the redesign short-term,
Yes.
and then midterm would be breaking ground.
Okay, I agree.
Agreed.
Yes, all right, so we've got that. So this short term, and is Gutierrez Park redesign. And then that is to get the plans in place, and then a midterm goal would be for it to be executed. And hopefully we can move it up, but as of
Correct.
right now, okay. What is this two-way strit conversions? I'm just joking. Just-
Real got you.
I'm just in it. I'm in one, it's Saturday morning.
That wasn't on my list, by the way, Mayor.
It's for old guys.
Hey, Daniel.
Oh, it was.
I was talking to,
Oh.
I'm joking. Nobody can see, just us.
Yeah, I know. That was my mistake.
My QA.
I remember you and I thought about closing some of the streets downtown. Oh, no, I think that's a great idea, like closing some of the streets downtown, like say around Gutierrez Park and all that, and adding like little tables or something like that kind of thing. Have you given that more thought, or?
That's what I figured we would discuss during the Gutierrez Park conversation. What I was thinking at that point was either to do complete shutdowns or to do it where it's one-ways, right? Think of, if you guys have been to the Lighthouse in Port Isabel.
Yes.
The way they put out those bumpers, and I think I talked to Chris and Oscar about this, and then you would add more parking, because it's not gonna be parallel parking, it's now gonna be like stall parking, like what we have right here, where like the city management parks, right? Or we can do a shutdown, but I'd want public input at that point for that. The other thought I'd had at one point was potentially, and again, this would need a lot of public input before we move forward, is potentially making Jackson completely walking, right? Turn it into bricks, and then potentially making it like, so that if you put restaurants, they would actually have outdoor cafe patios, but that would need buy-in from the whole community before anything like that's considered. The merchants would need to get on board with something like that, but those are conversations that could be had in the future.
You would start on Commerce?
No, the original thought was, what street is it?
Third or
The one between Don Gallitos and,
The park, right?
Tennis Park?
There's
And
two
then
right
the
down the
one-
side?
Yeah, I think maybe A, and then the other one, B Street, potentially those two would start first, right? So you can expand that park. The other one I was thinking we could potentially shut down is West Street, a portion of West Street, where we have the parking lot, so between like Sir's Martini Bar and that like public parking spot, right? A portion of that so we can add more parking. And then you'd obviously keep Van Buren open. And then that part where the old, that building is, right there.
So this is with already West Street
Correct.
close.
And shutting west down right there so that you could have, we can expand it for the market days that, I call it Reni's Market Days, right?
I like that.
So we can have Reni's Market Days and expand it and have more green space, because I just feel so bad every time I drive by and I see the farmer's market here. Man, those people must be hot, because I hate going to the PD's, y'all's barbecue cook-off, because it's on that blacktop and it's like hot on Saturdays, right? And so I feel bad for these people. I was like, how do we give them that green space and create that market feel? So,
They wanted that location.
I know,
Yeah,
but
because it's right off of.
Because I think they've offered the Lozano Plaza before, they just don't want it.
They used to be down there.
Because of the amount of traffic that they get.
well, my thought eventually was to see if we could, if they would be interested in us moving up to Bettis Park, right, where you still have the high
Still?
traffic, right, of Harrison, and you would have a beautiful, like, facility built towards them to a certain extent. We could have the art nights there, we can have different things there, just different thoughts flowing.
Did you hear what Alexis said about this picture?
Yeah,
Is
exactly.
With West Street closed already?
Yes.
Yeah.
So one of the things I don't see on the short-term plan is, I think, and this is more kind of, I may be on you, Alexis, on how you want to move forward doing it, but I think that we need to focus moving forward on the types of entertainment and stores and merchants that were really brought to the forefront in the plan, so that way we can reach that goal. So that I don't know how you want to label that, but I think that's important, because if you want to create that space for people to live, and then you're going to want to be able to have that downtown district where it is inviting and everything is within walking distance. And we talked about bars and grills and
Trader Joe's.
different, I don't know about downtown, but sure, satellite area. So how do we get there? Like, what are those steps that we're going to take to entice more of that type of business to open, to kind of continue to foster the businesses that you have downtown, but to increase what it was the community wanted to see?
Well, we've already been in talks. Have they already signed well, I can't say where, but we have a new tenant coming into downtown in a building that we all know. They're looking hard at it, and then they want to put in retail there. And so it's how do we push foot traffic to that facility, that building? And that's why promoting on the west side, the improvements here at on West Street, Gutierrez Park, those are gonna be big, because that will help that area grow as well. And we've also been in talks with another developer on another building that's nearby that would also be massive residential.
Okay, but again, I think that's great, but what is our strategic plan to entice people to want to open in downtown? Are we going to have some kind of outreach to owners of buildings to say these are the kinds of businesses that we would like here in downtown and we want to incentivize? Or are we talking to actual developers to create new spaces? Like, what's the plan between now and in the short term, within the next 3 years, to not only to have, fire look and make sure that everything is reasonable in terms of cost, right? When we put in the incentives to change and to create and incentivize for mixed use. But if I'm gonna live downtown, I wanna be able to walk and have brunch. I wanna walk, be able to go to maybe a bookstore. I wanna be able to walk and do a little bit of shopping, right? Or maybe it's also like a pantry, right? Maybe you need a small grocery, right? Like those Walmart pantries or whatever. How do we do that? Because the downtown area, we do have people that live downtown, but where do they go? Like, they need that experience already. So how are we gonna get there? What's the plan for that?
That's something we need to develop. We can work on that. That'll be part of the
That's a
number one.
short term, yes.
I think it's so different too, when we talk to these developers, like these properties are already for sale and, and we have a lot of properties that they already own, so it's just having that discussion with, new and existing property owners because the existing property owners, they have their own vision.
Right.
But they don't see what our vision is. And I can tell them all I want, but they can choose whoever they want to bring into to their properties. I do see in other downtowns, they kind of select different areas and make them into districts, so that way it kind of promotes the property owners. Like, if this address is in the arts district, you're only going to have those art businesses come in there.
Right.
If this is in the entertainment wise, like the bar and grills and, pool table halls or whatever it is, that is the type of businesses you're gonna try to reach there. And also when people start to see that, as businesses coming into downtown, they're gonna start to know, okay, my business doesn't fit there, And we need to start looking for bar and grills to go in that entertainment district. This is the retail district, this is the entertainment district, this is the art district. So maybe categorizing them into those types of districts might work. And that way they know, the property owners know this is the type of businesses that the city wants to see, come into the downtown district.
We can work on that, and I think Jane would be the perfect person, Jane with the EDC, to help us kind of flesh that out. And that can be part of a subsect of increased downtown housing, number one.
So I don't know if it's housing, but I agree with what you're saying, Alexis. They do that at the island kind of already. You know how they have the little arts district where they have all the different art shops, and then there's a coffee shop there across the street, I think is some kind of like, I don't know, brunch spaces also. But I do think that is priority, because if you start to make all these changes around the current downtown that we have, it's just going to be a more beautified downtown that we already have. It's not going to change. So if the city has the ability to do, or not the ability, but a responsibility to what the residents, when we got the community engagement, and we know what the community wants, I think we have an obligation to deliver on that. And it's not the city wants this in downtown, this is what we have learned from the community, and this is what they want. And so because of that, we are going to limit, and this is where certain businesses will go.
And to your point, I think you make an excellent point, because you're saying this is what the community wants.
Right.
Therefore, retail, you already know what your customers are going to be interested in. So it kind of makes it easier to make that sell. I
Right,
agree.
and so I think the charge here is, let's empower Alexis to get that done, and working together with EDC, and then that's why I think you still need a smaller committee to make sure that things move forward. But ensuring that that's something that you can develop, and then this commission can adopt, that this is what we want moving forward. So I think it needs a different name, because increased downtown housing is gonna be some time, but this is something relatively short to adopt a plan.
Robert, how about we do, Robert? Rolando, I apologize. I'm super sorry.
That's what you get.
That's what I get. Writing it down, Rolando. And I was like, that's not right. That's not right. This is the second time with someone with an R that I've gotten wrong in the past 2 days. I apologize. Rolando, then what about this, Mayor? Commercial redevelopment
Plan.
plan.
Okay, but it has to be a subset, because that's not a priority.
It is an absolute priority, but it needs to be done
It's-
rather
it's-
quickly.
Yeah, it's not that's what I'm trying to say, it's not in the plan.
But it is in the plan, it's just not labeled.
Right, we need to figure out
Yeah.
what we're gonna call it.
We'll just call it number 4.
Replace this one.
No. We're going to leave that one there.
No.
But number 4, downtown commercial redevelopment. Is that?
I agree. Yeah, I mean, Alexis knows, I think for purposes of just adding it on there.
Maybe you can include that with dedicated downtown funding. I don't know.
I'm not even sure how we're going to accomplish that one.
I don't know, yeah, that's a wanted clarification, I don't know what that means, dedicated downtown, like, we're gonna specifically put money aside just specifically for downtown?
Because we already do that.
We do, the only thing that's gone away are the grants for the facades.
The special assessment, sorry.
Right, yeah. That was,
God?
I was like, is
They
that
gave
you?
me a mic. You can lower it a little bit.
Yeah, that scared me too.
I was like.
Don't scare Gabe, guys.
We're live.
Don't scare him.
No, I don't feel like being a nurse, okay?
We'll have another one here.
Yeah, yeah.
It's either me or Mike or I.
Yeah,
Mike,
no,
take over.
As a
Yeah, we're
nerd.
gonna need some clarification as far as that dedicated downtown funding. I know, this fiscal year you increased my public improvements budget to $100,000. And with that, we were able to help support the stage at Lozano Plaza, plus more, right? We're doing new lighting, downtown as well. So,
So in my mind, it was to keep that 100,000 that we gave
Yeah,
him this year.
yeah,
Move it there.
To do projects like that.
And then look at these special improvement districts that would then, it's much like like what we had a PID, right? But there's like improvement of the taxes, and then that tax money would go into the infrastructure improvements that they need. So every time the assessment goes up from the base assessment that we have now, that money would be specifically reserved for a downtown area.
Robert, that extra 100,000 came from the hot funds, right?
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. The mic is because we're live.
Yes, the majority of it did. Well, actually, all of it, because they get funded by the hot fund
Okay,
tax.
just making sure.
Thank you.
I'm not sure I follow what what you just said.
A TERS, a tax increment reinvestment zone
So,
for
so
downtown.
should we say that instead of a dedicated funding? that
That's what it
you create a
says.
new TERS?
On
that?
page
Stop.
62 of the downtown master plan,
Correct.
under the economic development strategies, the last one, the tax increment reinvestment zone. It says that the city should consider establishing a downtown TERS to capture the incremental increase in property tax revenues within the district and reinvest those funds into downtown improvements.
Correct.
And the revenues could support infrastructure, public spaces, housing incentives, and other catalytic projects in coordination with Cameron County is recommended for
Yeah.
additional funding support.
So I'm aware, and I know that that is, but when we said increase downtown funding, that's not, or dedicated downtown funding, that's different than what we already allocate to
Yeah.
just increase. So I think that if the goal is to create a TERS, we need to say to create a TERS.
I think those are two separate goals,
Those-
Mayor.
Yes, so are we
Yeah.
gonna keep both, or
So
what?
are,
Why would we keep both if you're gonna have a TERS?
Because 100,000 is for like staffing, that's for like events, that's what that's for. TERS, that's for capital improvement projects.
Public capital improvement.
so I don't
Public
think it
capital.
necessarily needs to be there because it's already part of our plan.
So, okay, perfect.
We
If that's already part of the
You've
plan.
always historically given money to the downtown since I've been here,
But they only gave like $40,000.
but you upped it to a
We upped it to 100,000. I just want to make sure we continue the 100,000, and then we build in a TERS so that we can do massive capital improvement projects.
And I think the priority is just meant to make sure that we sustain that level of funding. That's
Okay.
what I'm thinking.
Well, at the last meeting that we had, our joint meeting with the TERS, they made it with the county, very clear that they're not wanting to participate in TERS more than 50%. And so,
That's 50% more than we have now.
that if they participate at all.
Correct.
So I think we need to
One thing to consider and keep in mind is that
make sure that that's,
what gives a tourist your value is when you have vacant property and it gets developed, and then that development creates a lot of revenue, tax revenue. The downtown really has no vacant property. So the only way you're gonna raise revenue is by the appraisals going up.
Correct, which is why increased downtown housing, that's why the redesign of Guiteres Park, that's why those things are so important, because those will raise the values, and that's the money that we use to reinvest.
And just keep in mind that also, over the years, we've dropped our tax rate every year, so if it continues to go down, then the offset may not be as much. So,
And just to keep in mind that TERS won't be, that the TERS won't necessarily be short-term because it's the incremental increase. So you have a base tax that is still gonna go to the city, and then it may take years for that incremental increase to grow, to bring tax there.
That's a good point,
which
because
is why I want to make sure that our short-term are truly short-term. Like,
Yeah,
what is it that we are accomplishing?
Correct, but you gotta start short-term by creating the TERS,
So creating the TERS is a short-term project.
in my mind.
Okay.
The creation of the TERS. But to Robert's point, I don't see us getting subsequent funding or substantial funding for that until a lot later.
Okay, I agree with that. So I don't know about the rest of the commission, but I do think that downtown needs to have at least 100,000 because we've already seen the improvements that they've been able to make with the dedicated funding. But I don't know that it's something that the commission wants to be married to moving forward. I think probably on an annual basis, we
How
should
much-
check that out to see that, well, what are you going to do with the funds this year?
Yeah,
And
'cause-
these are the reasons why we're going to continue to fund it. Because the last thing you want is to have money sitting in the account and not being utilized.
Absolutely.
So how much total do we get in hot funds? Like,
100% of that.
And
no, I
Cassandra
know-
doesn't want to give
no,
any
but
of
how
the money
much,
away.
like, total number?
We get about 900,000 a year,
Okay.
between 900 and a million.
And that's the same funding that we use for all the different festivals, correct?
Some of it goes like to CVB, some of it goes to downtown.
So normally, how much money did downtown usually get? The 50,000 from the hot
They used
funds?
to get like 40,
40?
yeah, and I think we increased it to 100.
Let me correct. The special assessments that provided the incentives were all by property owners investing into downtown. That was with the public improvement district that we've had for many years. That has completely eliminated, and that's when you all came in to provide me with the $100,000 for public improvements. Because with the 40,000 that I used to get from the property owner's investment, I had to split it between the grants and the public improvements. So basically, I only had $20,000 to do any type of public improvements for the year. So now I have $100,000 to now start these bigger improvements to help, capitalize our investment into downtown. Hotel motel funding that downtown gets is only for advertising, and that is at $32,000 a year that I get for hotel motel funds. But now I have an additional 100,000.
So you get 132,000 a year?
132,000, yes.
So it sounds like downtown is in a better position now that the EDC has taken over those assessments because you have more money. You have more than double of what you had before, and you were splitting that additional funding.
So,
how much money do you have left from the money that was already allocated to downtown?
So I have about another $60,000 left.
Okay, so I think because she has 60,000 left, it is important for us to ensure that moving forward, at the budget time, we just see where she's at. And
Yeah,
if that has been liquidated, and then we need to know what those projects that you intend on implementing or starting or whatever the case may be, and then decide, because that might fluctuate depending on what the needs are. Especially as downtown continues to grow, I would hope that the commission would want to continue to further support, because it's going to be also, the goal would be a sales tax driver downtown. So the more money you put in, the more that they can do. And I would really like to beautify, but before you commit money, I want to see a plan of action on what it is that you want, what it is that you're going to do, and how aggressive you're going to be to reimagine that space.
Okay, I have a question now. So you get, so I'm just trying to comprehend. So you get 100,000 from the hot funds, and then how much do you get from the EDC? You had 132,000, right? That's total from the hot funds.
The EDC gives us another additional $100,000 for Revitalize Harlingen grants.
Okay.
Commissioner, I think this is the first year they get the 100,000.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah, I remember that.
So Revitalize Harlingen is my baby, so I'm very, very familiar with it. But the difference is that EDC is
Storefronts.
specifically going to just give that money to the business owner. So that's not really going to downtown improvements per se, because she's not going to have control of what that money is. Say they want to, increase landscaping or work on Lozano Park or those things. That money is going to go specifically to their storefronts, and then a small percentage in the inside. So that's not really technically Alexis's money, it's just money allocated to downtown owners.
Yeah, I knew that. I just wanted to clarify. Okay, so my thing is, from the 100,000, some of that is going also to the downtown at sundown, right?
No,
No?
no, I have another separate budget for specifically events. I get 60,000 for events, and I have to split it between Market Days, Sundown, the parade, and Fiesta de Piñatas.
So then that $100,000 is strictly for just improvements?
Public improvements, yes.
Strictly public improvements? So then that means you don't get anything from Public Works or anything like that?
They
or-
help me, but that's on their funding.
So you double dip?
We help each other out, we're a team.
I think it's fine. I think we just need to make sure that we know where the money's going. And so I don't know that it's dedicated downtown funding, but depending on what's presented at the budget.
I agree, but I think it shouldn't be something that's just automatic every year, kind of like you said. I think it's
Yeah.
something that we do have to look at every year because, yeah. 'cause
So maybe it needs to say contingent upon.
contingent upon,
There
okay,
you go.
yeah.
Excuse me, Robert, 900,000 is what is generated on a regular basis, more or less, from 900 to 1 million for the hot tax. What is the balance on the hot tax that's there for,
I could check real quick. Let me check.
thank you.
Josh, can you get Rolando a chair, please? You sure? Okay. Oh,
This one's a lot more comfortable than this one.
And some coffee and some water and a taco, please.
That way you can just go like from this to every little thing.
Aw, look at that. I was just kidding, but that is awesome. Donna's amazing.
okay, we're at number 4, and we need to kind of,
Yeah, we need to kind of, so, I think we have an understanding of contingent upon, Alexis just showing us what it is that we need to do. Any other, short-term goals for downtown?
In fact, I was gonna say, I think I'm good with the rest of her plan, priority list.
Okay, so for purposes of the public, the midterm goals, you've got to establish the TERS. You wanted to move that up to establish the TERS in the short term, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if we can have a number 5, establish a TERS. And then for midterm, there is anchor tenant recruitment.
Which is what you're talking about.
But this is, I guess, execution of that. Do you still want that on the midterm?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so midterm is, do you have a copy of this? Other form? Okay.
oh, you didn't
No,
get
no, he doesn't have a copy of it.
No, here, let me give you this one.
Hey, Alexis,
Yes.
so with the 100,000, you'll be able to do some of that green corridor expansion, right? Okay.
So, yeah, so the number 1 and number 2, so the Gutierrez Park redesign, I'm sorry, the Gutierrez Park would be the number 1, right, on the midterm? Where you're already going ahead and break ground or?
Correct.
Right, okay, so get Gutierrez plan. And then the two-way street conversion, is that something?
Two-way street conversion, Mayor.
Is this, you want to do two ways? Two double,
I didn't know what that was. Walk me through it.
what is that?
Well, it's on the downtown master plan. I put it there just as a midterm, just because just to see what you all ideas were.
Converting the one-way to two-way
To
street.
two-way, yeah, that's the only thing.
I think that's a huge nightmare because we already have people going down. Where's PD, right, chief? Where's chief, right? No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
Not
Okay,
in this city and not in that area.
so we'll just strike that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the near future, anyway.
Yeah.
It would, but it also increase pedestrian accidents and people go, because I have my office on Harrison, and I kind of go the back road to all of your one-ways, there's always people going the wrong way, and that's because nobody's on the street. Imagine if it's a busy street. It would take a big educational campaign. If you want to do it, I just don't think it's a priority, yeah. We can do that.
Out of your budget.
I'm just looking at what are the
If you
realistic
believe
goals.
it, we put it out of your budget, girl.
So this is when you
Yeah,
bring
exactly.
consultants that are not, they're like, yeah, this would be beautiful, but they don't understand truly the culture and just, yeah. So green corridor expansion, that is important. You want to keep that midterm?
Yes. We gotta plan it out and
Yep.
design it.
So you want that plan on short term or you
We
want?
can do that.
Okay, you got that? So plan over here and then, execution midterm. Look at you, 0 to 2 years, okay.
And on the plan, I'm not too sure if you all saw the Centennial Park expansion. That building right there, let me go back to it. That building right there, that white building, kind of looks a little, has some features to it. That they put in there that they recommended for additional bathrooms. So potentially, the city would buy the land and convert it into a space where food trucks can park. And that's the whole part of the expansion, is for the city to buy that property and to convert that little building into additional restroom space in the west side of West Van Buren, West Jackson side of downtown.
Who's the owner?
A judge out of Corpus Christi.
A judge out of Corpus Christi. Do we know which one?
It's in my desktop. I don't have it with me.
So I think that those are long-term goals, and they're perfect where they're at, just because you've got a lot of work to do to be able
Correct.
to warrant those. So if we can, I think if the commission is comfortable adopting, and then we can read those out for the record, but the long-term goals, unless there's something that you guys want to take out. And I'll open that up for the commission. Everybody's good? Yes?
Yes.
So we're going to leave the Centennial Park expansion in the downtown plan?
Yes.
Okay.
So then for, the green corridor to Arroyo, I think that is a long-term, but is probably the most important in my view. And it goes along with our plan and may be moved up, correct?
Yeah, and we're gonna, in my mind, going to Commissioner Bettis's point, it's a trail, and so the trails in my mind are like park issues. But it would be a long-term goal in my mind.
Yeah, okay,
sure.
so on the long-term goal, I think that we have the green corridor to the Arroyo.
So I'm sorry, is your argument or your position to make that the green corridor to the Arroyo a midterm?
A long-term goal, but a one that may move up to midterm, so I think it should be up towards because the goal is to connect, right, and throughout the city. And as we make these improvements, Dixieland's gonna connect, and then, we already have quite a bit already throughout the city. Then it would only make sense if downtown is now, we have, somehow revitalized that area, and you've got a lot of people living there, then that needs to be a priority and moved up.
I agree. I've walked from my house to downtown.
So, that's the goal at the end of the day, but it's not really safe right now to walk everywhere.
Agreed.
Yeah, okay. So we've got the green, so for long-term, the green corridor to the Arroyo. Then Centennial Park expansion. Arts and Nature Center expansion.
He's still on number 2.
Yeah, but he's got it on his,
Hello, Mayor. I got the
Hello.
answer to that. So for the hotel motel, we actually have budgeted 1.7 for this 2026. It's 1.7 in hotel motel tax and about 80,000 in interest, so it's about 1.8 million in revenue to the hotel motel, and they have 4.7 in estimated fund balance at the end of 2026.
4 point, how much?
4.7
That's at the end.
You should have said that, baby.
by the end of
So-
2026.
but Cassandra's sitting there nice and quiet, but I think that.
Panic on her face.
Before we start moving funds from the CVB, we need to see what the plans for the CVB are and allocating funds in such a way that is going to allow them to accomplish their goals as well.
We can't do that here.
Today, we can't. So we can't just, bypass and say, we're going to do this or we're going to do that. We need to look at this comprehensively. So these are great ideas.
Here, what was your number 3?
Arts and Nature Center expansion.
The gentleman had a really interesting idea. Is essentially along our walking trails in Centennial Park, we would line it with trees and native wildlife that are good for the birds, the migratory birds, and the migratory butterflies and things of that nature, so that they would have places to rest here in Harlingen, and then that would add to our ecotourism, things of that nature.
Are you referring to the Bird Festival?
No.
It would add to that in a way.
It would add, so that when we have the RGB Birding Festival, we would have more places for them to stay in Harlingen and look at the birds here.
And downtown can be a potential field trip spot.
Correct. And then, of course, then you have all these visitors downtown, eating in downtown, shopping in downtown, and all that.
Yeah, because birding here is year-round, so you can do that.
Do not plant live oak trees. They're not native.
We'll run that list by you, Commissioner, if you like, so you can take a peek at it.
The only thing I don't see here, and then I think we can wrap it up, Daniel, is, wasn't there consideration for an incubator of some sort downtown?
Correct.
Where do you want that?
How we moving on that?
I think we need to put it up in the top so that I can work on it.
We'll make it a short-term plan then for business incubator.
Tell me more.
Hasn't that been going on for a while?
Bruh.
What?
I don't complain, though. I don't complain.
What?
I was like, hasn't that been going on for a while?
I'm trying, but now we have it in writing.
Where's that wand?
So she's been. I apologize if I have coffee breath. Here we go. Okay. I don't know if you want to turn that. Staff gets upset. I agree with you there. And then a police substation would also be on the downtown short term,
It's a short term?
in my mind.
Okay.
Was that on the plan?
What is the short term?
Police substation.
Substation?
That is something that I think is needed, and I think we talked about it, Chief, right? And we were gonna look to see if there was property owners that were willing, but is it feasible? Is there any place that would lend itself to that? And can we afford that? Is that something we can do
We used to have one
I
before,
was
Mayor,
gonna
but,
say that, we did.
downtown?
but we
Next
were,
to Don Goyitos, like
Yes.
next to Blanquitas, or Bequitas.
That was DeLua's
If it becomes
beat,
what
right?
we're talking about, where more businesses, restaurants, et cetera, you start bringing more people in, it might be a good.
So a midterm goal?
We can do a midterm goal, but we've already, if you guys remember, we've already gone for a appraisal for the property I'm looking at.
I don't, to me, it's what does the commission want, so we can just put it on the, I think it's important.
Yeah.
I just want to know where,
Let's say
where does it fit?
Midterm. We can do midterm. That works.
Are we planning on buying a property or leasing a property?
I would like us to buy the property, and the property is the one that we got appraised.
Gotcha.
Is the one that I have my eye on.
Is it west or east of Commerce?
What?
West.
West.
You know which one I'm talking about, right?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, well, I'll tell you guys later.
So,
Okay.
It's a real estate negotiation, which is confidential.
Okay.
So I can tell you guys about it later.
I do think that one of the short-term goals that we can accomplish, like without even expending any additional dollars, is making sure that the downtown police officers that are assigned to that area, that there is a plan in place with Alexis on what their visibility looks like, how they are identified, not just to the business owners, but to the public also, and having an appearance downtown. Because you already have that you already have someone dedicated to downtown, correct?
Not right now, we do patrols in downtown, we respond, but we haven't had any major calls downtown. We're gonna say, we haven't had any major problems. I think the last, we had a burglary.
A burglary. 2 or 3 weeks ago? Yeah.
I think it's beneficial to have a visible presence and a welcoming presence of police downtown, just because it's more inviting. If I'm looking for property to purchase and to redevelop, and I see that the police have a presence, and it's not just enforcement, it's also just part of that community, to be able to identify, oh, those are the downtown police officers. Maybe they dress a little different, or maybe they walk through downtown also and not just drive through.
Yeah, I was just reading an article.
They can ride horses.
Cincinnati Police.
Horses?
Rini says horses.
You laugh, but I would see them in downtown Houston. They were intimidating. When
Yeah.
I would walk to and from the
Yes.
courthouse during my internship, I was like, God.
Who's gonna clean up?
So I was reading an article yesterday on the Cincinnati Police. They wear white hats.
Just
It's a
something.
it's a tradition. They wear white hats, and times they wear white shirts. So
And I think that your PD would really like to have some, in the summertime,
Yeah.
maybe some shorts.
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 No, the bike patrol does.
Yeah.
Whatever y'all are comfortable with.
The bike patrol
just to make you all
Not
feel.
like Daisy Dukes, calm down. But some professional
Just
looking
saying.
shorts,
Need
right?
HR in here.
It's hot and.
Our community officers wear shorts in the
Yeah, I
summers.
see them, and then they have their little polos, maybe it says downtown, and.
Real
and
condescending little polos.
I'm wearing a little polo.
But just going back to our patrols in the area, we are constantly patrolling the area, and I know that the community officers keep in touch with Alexis, and I drive by there very often.
So I know that, she knows that, a lot of the business owners that, but the community at large don't know that. And so if you have a visible presence, whenever I go to a downtown and I see that there is in another community and there is a substation, I think that's pretty neat, right? That there's police in the area, and they're, walking around, or like you said, in the horses downtown in Houston.
Right. Those guys are, man,
Yeah.
you don't mess around with
Like,
those guys around.
It's just, you feel, there's a sense of security when
Yes, ma'am.
you have police presence. So I think that's something, it doesn't need to be on our list here, it's just something internally that we need to work on.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, anything else on the long term? We have structured parking if needed, built only when demand thresholds are met. I agree, that's a long term. I think we need to be a community of walking. We want to encourage walking, so I don't know that that's really our goal at this point.
Agreed, as needed.
Okay.
We've got 14 projects identified already, so. I think-
Okay, so I think we're good. Is there anything anyone wants to add before we move on to parks?
I think we've covered the waterfront, and again, if we're gonna come back to this every year, if something changes, we can amend it at that time.
Okay, great. Well, we'll take a 2-minute recess, and then we'll start with parks.
Thank you.
we gave it Norma right now. I don't want to clean it so bad. because
Yeah, I think he
when
left.
I look, and I can't see what you have.
He said he would be back
All
in
I
a
see is a
minute.
bunch of.
Smudge marks? It's just,
Daniel, why is it wet?
here we go.
We have paper towel. but
All
it's-
right, the time is now 9:34 PM, I'm sorry, AM. And we are back. We took a short recess. Just for the record, Commissioner Mike Mesmer has stepped out. I think he'll be back later this morning. All right, moving forward, and we are going to open it up to Parks. Gabe?
Okay, in your packet, you have the parks plan, and I also handed out a list that Danny Diaz went through and prioritized for parks. Then I also have a list that I went through as well and came up with a priority list. Now, as I mentioned earlier this morning, the first 7 are actually projects that have received grant funds, so I made those a priority. There's also a list in his handout as well. And the only one that hasn't received the grant, but we have funded through the 4B is project number 8, the Pocket Park and Sewer Place. So that was included as part of the original parks for priority, having received funding already, including Lozano Plaza, which is under construction as we speak.
Is the tennis court also under construction? Because I was looking at, or almost finished? Because I was looking at, it. I was reading the thing, and it said February.
Yes, sir, Commissioner. It is. They're working on it. They should be done next week with those improvements there.
Okay, so that one we can pretty much scratch out then, right?
Yes, sir.
It's okay.
The tennis court and the Lozano Plaza, when are they gonna be done with that?
The goal is to finish that the end of the month in March, so it could be ready to roll for April 4th ribbon cutting. Is that correct?
So that one's almost done.
Short term.
At Victor Park? Oh, no, at in Pendleton.
No, he was saying that the UTSA one's basically gonna be done by next week.
That's the Pendleton one.
Yeah,
No.
yeah, yeah, the tennis
No, no.
court.
Vic-
Tennis court.
Victor Park Tennis Courts.
Well, these are Victor Park.
Victor Park
That's
tennis.
what, okay.
Which ones are Victor Park? The USTA?
USTA.
Okay, so on these, the items 1 through 6, Danny, have grant funding, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
2 through 6, yeah.
2 through, well, Harlingen Rec Center has grant funding too.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, we have multiple grants on that one. So we've got the Legacy Foundation, we've got the Parks and Rec, and we have the 4B, and we have some contribution from the city to create this. And so
How much total
I think we're at 6 million.
that we've already, that we have in the
Allocated.
bucket?
Uh-huh.
And how much was the total cost?
I think we are at 6 million.
6 million, yes.
So on that, I think, yes, that is a priority. Victor Park, I think, is definitely, we need to get working on that. And I believe you've already started on that, right, Anna? Yes, okay. And then what I don't see here is Arroyo Park. We have grant funding for Arroyo, where that needs to be added to this list. The lighting, yeah, and the planting of the trees.
And the Wilson Sports Complex, because we already have funding from the CDBG for that.
Okay.
Is Wilson,
Isn't Dixieland, shouldn't that one be on here too, or that's not?
Would that be considered, were they already working on it, so?
That's almost completed, right, Danny?
They're working on it. We're just waiting on the actual structure to get here so it could be installed.
Yeah, that's pretty much underway, so we didn't include that one.
is Wilson, going back to Wilson, is that being fully built out with everything that they need?
The Wilson Sports Complex, that funding is through the CDBG, through the resurfacing and shaded structures and resurfacing of the basketball courts
And the trail.
and the trail.
So then we'll be done with Wilson.
We should be done, hopefully, by the end of this year, this fiscal year.
Perfect.
And when is, I'm going back to the lighting, because I know I've asked you about it. Any updates on AEP about the lighting?
They did replace the pedestal with the new transformer there. They have replaced some heads, but there's still some poles that are missing the actual fixture on it. I can reach out again to Arnold on Monday and see where we sit with that.
Yeah, because I walk that now like pretty much every other day, and then it's
It
like.
shows.
Thank you. I knew you wore that suit for a reason.
Yes, sir.
And I walk it like every day, every other day, and I was walking with a friend of mine, and we were walking around it, and then it's super dark, and then
Yeah.
there was some guys that were there, and then Cesu stole, and he's all like, let's go. I was like, dude, like, we should leave, but that's whatever. The reason I'm bringing that up
So
is because
Michael
it
has
is.
more
I
story.
see it as a real safety hazard.
It is, yes, and I know even with the existing lighting that's there, it's not enough.
At Dixieland.
We need to look into adding some more lighting there.
That's not a good place to be.
I'm gonna set myself up with that one.
Yeah, that story took some wild turns. I wasn't expecting all that, but, all right, so to answer the question, Wilson Park, once we've completed construction is done, right? And then Dixieland, other than, we're doing the construction for the Frisbee golf, has that been completed?
No.
Okay, so, yeah, I think we need, we need to just, because Rolando's waiting for us here. Harlingen Rec Center, on the short term, Victor Park.
I try to stay focused with you.
I know, it's
Commissioner
hard.
Bettis. I really did. I was trying to stay focused.
I don't know why you did that, but so can we take off the tennis court resurfacing, because you're saying this is almost complete, Danny?
Yes, ma'am.
So, okay.
I like
So-
leaving them on there.
Okay, then we need to add the Dixieland part.
Correct, that's what, on mine I've added Wilson and Dixieland.
Okay, all right, so then let's, okay, we're gonna keep them on just so that way we know
Until they're completely done.
what their goals are.
Correct.
Okay, so Victor Park and then Arroyo Park. The Victor Park, resurfacing of the tennis courts.
We're gonna keep that, even though it's done next week.
Yes.
Yes. Which is separate and apart from the major renovation of Victor Park, because
Correct.
that's the grant that we need to get on ASAP. And then you were adding, what was that, Commissioner Wilson?
And Dixieland too, right?
Okay, so Wilson Park. And what are we doing in Wilson Park? The trail?
The trail, the resurfacing of basketball courts, the shade structures, and the, did I say basketball court? Yeah.
Oh, staff reached out to me because I was meeting with Superintendent Cortan about Wilson. I don't know if they talked to you about it, that the suggestion made to me to talk to Cortan about was apparently the Harlingen HSD does their cross-country
Yeah,
training
for my
with you.
sons,
I figured I remembered your, Dean?
Yeah.
And that the staff said, hey, we have a bunch of dirt about making it hilly and all that, so that when we compete in like San Antonio, that we get, our teams can do better, because at least they have some better, or we help them with their training. Cortan seemed very
Yeah, that's a
board
good
with
idea,
that.
because even at Donna, because when I would go with my son's meets, they have the hills.
So I would ask, since we're gonna be talking about Wilson, if you would like to consider adding that to your plan, your Wilson plan.
If we have the dirt, go for it.
Yeah.
We should.
Yeah.
Oh, we got plenty.
So-
Oscar's gonna have a lot from the drainage projects.
Yeah.
We just
So I
have
guess
to,
get with Danny on that, and Danny can coordinate, right?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I already set up a meeting with HISD coaches to talk.
Perfect, yeah.
Okay, so then, and then we have the lighting project, the lighting retrofit project.
On this one, have we bought all the lights?
No, Commissioner, this is through the grant goes just for the Tom Youth Wilson Sports Complex, and it's for 4 fields only. It's nothing for the adult, but it's still in the process.
Okay, so it's the sports lighting, okay. Is there, this is just a question I have, just on all sports lighting. I know you and I have talked about converting, at least for my parks and all that, the lighting to be dark sky lights. Are there a dark sky light version for sports parks? And
I'm
if
not
not, if you don't know,
Yeah, I'm
if we
not
can just
sure.
research
I'd
it.
have to look into that.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Okay, so that's staying on here. And then what's going on with the kayak launch? I've heard that since I got here.
In fact, the San Antonio Express said that they were gonna break ground this summer on it. I don't know where they got that information, but they got it from somewhere.
I haven't, I mean, yes, I've been hearing it for quite some time, but what's the realistic timeline on that?
The planning and the design is already complete. I know we met with them a couple of weeks ago to where we had to do some changes. Robert asked for some changes. So they were gonna do that, and then they were gonna send us back the changes from
With
from
Hanson.
the actual design. Yeah, correct.
You met with Hanson.
So this is a viable project moving forward.
Yeah, now it's just, we're moving to the funding stage, which I think is
Okay.
gonna be fantastic.
Okay, great.
The issue I have, in thinking about it, just because of, I got sidetracked on something, is the water quality of the Arroyo Park, of the Arroyo Colorado. What I've been reading is that we have like high bacterial rates because of runoff into the Arroyo. And so what I would like us to look at, one of the mid to long-term goals, is how we can work with the IBWC, TCEQ, Texas Parks and Wildlife, and figuring out a way, they're at Dixieland, starting at Dixieland, doing a water cleanup and seeing what we can, if there's native plants that we can plant to do all that cleanup of that water. Because if people are gonna get into the water at Ed Carey and be kayaking from Ed Carey all the way out to Arroyo City, let's say, I wanna make sure that at least our portion of that water is clean.
So going back, is this it says the planning project, so are we going to execute on this plan, or are we still, because we've been in the planning phase for quite some time, so we're ready to go contingent
What are you talking about, planning?
kayak launch
kayak?
planning
No, we didn't-
project?
No, it
not
just
funded
says,
yet.
oh, you're looking at their list. Yeah, the plan's done essentially, right? That's what you said.
That's why I was saying, because it said here planning project, but it's not a planning project, because we've been planning for quite some
Correct.
time. So this is within the
Construction.
next 3 years to start construction, and I would say that we'd probably need to revisit the water situation prior to,
Correct. So I would say that what we would do is then put the kayak,
contingent upon,
we'd put it,
Under long-term?
we'd put it under midterm, because I want to start moving on that right away, right?
If I may, so for that project in particular, so the planning or the ultimate goal for the planning grant was to develop the 100% construction plans for the kayak and see if it was feasible. We already got environmental clearance. And so we do have preference for construction funds. So if we decide to apply in February, we should know by August if we get the funding. But we should, because
Short-term.
that was part of the kind of the phase approach from the Texas Parks and Wildlife.
So then short term it is,
Okay.
kayak launch.
all right, perfect.
Today's the last day of February, so. Of next year, okay.
It's still short-term in our scheme of things.
So, talking about Arroyo water quality, is that a health issue, just because she's looking at her phone right now?
Well, I mean, Anna's saying that they've got clearance, and they did the environmentals, and I would imagine that that's part of the process. Can you look into that for us, and then we can,
What I've read is that the Arroyo Colorado is cleared for in-boat activity, because you're not splashing around in it. Right? But I would like, if there's a way that we can clean it up, and if there's money out there, because it seems like there's money for a bunch of these types
For
of
water stuff.
environmental projects. Especially, I went to the water CLE, the Water 101, and changing water, the face of water law. And there's a bunch of grants for water conservation, water cleanup, things of that nature. So I
Great.
think if we can make that a nice area, that'd be great.
What are we expecting to put into this kayak? How much are we putting into this kayak plan?
there's a grant.
Oh, it's a grant? It's a grant. And what's the expected plan of investment, I mean, the return plan of investment, what are we expecting to get from it? Like from visitors, and what do we expect to get on it?
Commissioner, none of our parks generate any revenue or enough to cover the expenses. Our pools, the only one that does is the golf course. And I think this year they may reach at least a zero budget where they've got enough revenue to cover all their expenditures. And if the trend continues, it'll be profitable this year for the first time in over 10 years. So this is not going to generate any revenue. It's just going to be to get visitors to come down to Harlingen and
Okay. So this is about bringing attraction and
Quality of life, yes.
Quality of life.
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
thank you.
This is my other question about this. We have a boat ramp to get in. Where do you get out?
Do we have that plan?
They're gonna have to paddle back.
No,
Yes, it's,
it's a part of the kayaking?
you launch and then wherever you're going, you come back.
So I guess the closest
What's-
one would be Rio Hondo?
It's
Right.
Rio Hondo.
The closest one going north, it'll be at,
Danny, you would know, right? I mean,
Yes.
Rio Hondo.
yes, Rio Hondo.
Well, it does make sense. You park and you go and you come back.
So the mileage in return would be how much if
I
you
want
come
you
back?
to, I
I'm
want
not
you
sure
to
what the
kayak
mileage, but it's a
upstream,
long
man.
way.
I've done it in the
I mean,
bay.
if you,
Kayaking, yes.
Got
if you
super
go-
sick. Oh, it's atrocious.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I was talking.
No, that's okay.
Please.
But what, I mean, I like to hear it. It's fun too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Keep going.
No, I said, if you come back to the same boat ramp, what's the mileage? If you, I mean, where do you return, or you just go and think I'm tired, come back?
Yeah, pretty much. It's one of those that you take off and you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna be out here for 30 minutes and then I'm gonna turn around and come back.
Okay, so it's up to the person.
One thing that I would say is, we need to really think about this is, for that reason, that we might get some people that get tired and they're not gonna be able to make it back.
Correct.
And,
It's about the safety of the person.
yeah.
What I would, oh, I apologize.
So what do we do at that point? Do we have the safety in mind
That's-
of the person
yeah,
that does it?
We'll have to come up with a plan to where we're gonna have to make an access. I know, the fire chief, Valderas and his crew, they had, done some training along the Arroyo, so maybe that's something we need to consider as well in that area.
So, Chief, is that something that we would have at us on the sides, or that would be a call that somebody would have to make?
It would have to be a 911 call. And then we go out.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be providing fire personnel to get anybody out of the Arroyo, Commissioner. I think what we could do is just put, well, no, that's.
Out of your
that's-
budget, Chief?
No, that's another truck, another 9 personnel and a.
No, I get it, I get it.
But to your point, the way I always imagine is that one day I'd retire and open a kayak place on the Arroyo in McKelvey Park. And I thought that what we
We
could do is
did
go
ask
out-
for conflicts at the very beginning, sir.
But we can go out for a contract to see if anyone would be willing to do the shuttling, like you see like in like San Marcos or something
Right.
like that, right? Where you can rent the kayak and then they'll pick you up in Rio Hondo and then bus you back with the trucks.
Yeah, I would not feel comfortable, and I don't think anyone on this commission would feel comfortable just saying, okay, it's open, have at it, y'all do your own thing. That's not prudent, and I think that we need to, before, which is why I think it's more of a midterm project for actual execution. I do understand the construction part of it and staying in line with the grant, but we need to make sure that people are safe. But for the most part, whenever, I mean, we have gone out, when you go out to kayak, you come back where you started. Like even in the open water, why would you,
Well, I've kayaked, but
kayak.
it's been in lakes.
in the lakes?
Yeah.
In lakes.
Correct.
When I've kayaked, it's been in lakes.
Well,
There
those are
doesn't-
more like a guided,
It's slow and it's not,
Yeah.
it's not the arroyo. It's
This
not where it
actually has
takes
a
you. It's a
current, right?
lake.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's an excellent point that Commissioner Gomez is bringing up. Future thought is, we are gonna be extending the walking trail going north, right? From Hugh Ramsey.
From McKelvey to, Hugh Ramsey.
Well, there's that one. Well, we
and
did-
then
No, the other side from
Ramsey
Dixieland to the
Towards
lakes.
509.
What about eventually building a second kayak launch at that location so that then you can kayak and then you already have a pickup location there? Another thought.
That's something to consider, yes,
Yeah.
for sure.
Okay, yeah, safety is definitely first and
I've
priority.
kayaked myself, and when you got a current, when you're going against the current, it's tough.
Yeah.
Okay,
I think it's an excellent point. Start at the up, so when they get in, they'll be going downstream.
Downstream.
Yeah. Makes it easier.
Another project that's not on here is our Rangerville Park. There's also funding for lighting there as well, so I think that should be added to the short-term list
Okay.
as well. Rangerville Park.
Commissioner, you got anything else there? Morales?
No, not just yet. Right now, my concern is Victor Park. Are you going to complete that splash pad that was asked for a while back?
That's already been bidded out, sir, and they're going to get awarded.
Thank you.
Okay. So
we've got the Harlingen Rec Center, Victor Park, Wilson Park, Victor Park Tennis Courts, the lighting retrofit project, the kayak launch, and water kind of analysis, safety, all that good stuff. Rangerville Park lighting, are we missing something?
Dixieland,
Dixieland, basketball.
basketball, and also the discus golf.
Oh, yeah, well, we should be done. Where are we at with that? Like, that was a project from last year, on the disc golf. Where are we at with that, Danny?
We are pending the signage, the concrete pads, that's already been installed, redesigned. So we're, the signage, and then we need to do some drainage improvements along the course.
Weren't we gonna add some trees too?
Yes, we are.
Oh, that's right, we also have a tree, the
That's part of
forest
the,
Number 4?
yes, the Texas A&M Community Forestry Tree Plan.
tree. Okay, and that went to Rolando, the forest tree, the tree planting, it's on there, okay. I couldn't see because of Commissioner Perez, he hasn't done enough walking.
I'd like to throw in Vestal Park to knock this one out already, get it off our plate completely.
What else are you doing out
Shade
there?
structures?
A second basketball court, a splash pad, a dog park, and a butterfly garden, and then the
Whoa.
trees.
Yeah, whoa.
Is that real?
Yeah.
Okay, so
And
I'm
then
gonna, I'm
and
gonna
the-
recircle back to our parks. I think those are great ideas, and I think I've been a big, huge supporter of Vestal Park. I think it looks beautiful. You've done an amazing job. Eric will second that, because that's like his neighborhood, your neighborhood. I think it is a complete change in the experience for the neighborhoods. I think it's beautiful. But the biggest concern that I have is that when I go to other parks, that they're not where they need to be. So before we invest more dollars in pocket parks or in neighborhood parks, I know that we already have Stewart Place kind of on the list. Like, we need to go to Rangerville Park and see what's going on over there, and making sure that that park is just as beautiful as it is at Vestal. We need to go to those other, what is that park over there by La Playa?
Revere Park?
Windsor Park?
Windsor
or
Park, yeah.
Windsor
River-
Park?
River
Like,
Park.
we need
can do
to,
Windsor Park too.
we need to, I mean, that's your district too. I'm not saying not your district. What I'm saying is that
Hunter.
we need, I would like, Danny, is an inventory. I'd like to see all the parks in the city, for both of you to go out and do an inventory and tell us, these are the parks that need updated playground structure. And is that still what is needed in that
And
community?
I agree with you, Mayor, and as far as Rangerville Park, there's, it's got a lot of potential, but we need to get things
Yeah, they got
going
that
there in that
walking
park.
area. And so I just, there's parks that I have, I mean, and I probably, I haven't been to all the parks, but we have more parks in Harlingen per capita than I think any other city in the Rio Grande Valley. So we are doing good when it comes to parks. I do see the deficiency in District 5. But overall, we have quite a bit. But I want us to beautify all of our parks before we invest more in parks. And only because the experience in one neighborhood needs to be the same experience in another neighborhood throughout the city. So how do we get there? And then once we've accomplished that, then let's hop on to your park and everybody else's area. Pendleton is gonna need a lot of love. We're gonna put all this money into the rec center. We need to make sure those pools are up to par. The tennis courts, I know that they do a lot of tournaments out there, but I think they need ¿cómo se llama? Dressing room space, don't they?
rooms.
Like, there's things that can really elevate our opportunities for tournaments, which I know you've been a big fan of. So that needs to be the number one priority for parks, is to ensure that all the parks and restrooms, I think that's part of our comprehensive plan. The
Yes,
park
correct.
plan is that the restrooms are, some of them are just awful. Like, I will just go to a game and I will just wait until I get home to go to the restroom.
There's, Dixieland Park is one of them that, those are old restrooms. They're on a septic system, and they need to get upgraded.
Wasn't that part of the CDBG to put them, to connect them? septic?
Not the bathrooms.
No? Oh, it was the irrigation, right?
Could it be
Irrigation,
CDBG
yes.
funding, because it's a quality of life, like those types of things?
I'm sorry, what park did you say?
Dixieland Park?
Dixieland? I don't know if Dixieland was taken off the list by HUD. Where's Sandy? Did HUD take Dixieland off, or was it, it was Wilson?
Wilson was a few years back, because it depends
Yeah, it was the disc golf.
Okay, so we
And-
can
and,
probably do some work with the bathrooms there.
The bathrooms throughout the city, throughout the
We can't-
city.
We can't do all of them with CDBG, but we can certainly do some of them.
But that's what I'm saying, if we're gonna allocate funding for anything else, it needs to be towards the parks that we have, and we need an inventory. Like, I think, just like I said with downtown committee, we need a small little parks committee to be working with staff to see where they're at, and then having the entire commission adopt whatever that plan is moving forward. And you guys doing a great job. Everybody looks so bummed. I'm looking, everybody, all the commissioners do a great job in identifying what's going on in their districts, and so maybe that's how we do it. Like, you see, what are the parks that need improvements in your district, yours, and yours, and then getting with Danny to make sure that we, check those off of the list, because we need to ensure that Harlingen becomes what it is that we envision with this plan, and to make it a destination. And the only way for it to be a destination is for it to have areas throughout the community where there are green spaces that are inviting. I don't think that there's a single park that I can go to that I feel that the restrooms are where they need to be, unless you can point me to one.
No, I agree. Mayor.
Yeah.
We need to fix them.
If I may, Danny, which are the parks that we can have tournaments, whether it's soccer or baseball, little tournaments? We're in the center of the valley. We should be able to get, those are the restrooms we need to tackle first. And then as we start getting those, everybody to come in and invest money into the city, whether they're buying, whether they're going to spend the night here, and so on down the line, or they're going to do some shopping, expand.
I agree with Frank. We should prioritize those parks that have potential to have tournaments, like the like the soccer complex, Victor Park, the Wilson Sports Complex, and even Dixieland. Now that we are going to have the updates to the discus golf, that was one of the reasons that all those players reached out to me, because
they wanted those
exactly.
tournaments, yes.
So those that have that indirect economic benefit, I think we should prioritize those, because, yeah, I agree.
No, and I agree 100% that we need to do something like that, so we can bring all that's revenue that can come back to the city. So I do
Yeah.
agree 100% with
And
that.
back to Commissioner's point, in terms of, what is our ROI on these investments? When it comes to tournaments, I know I was just in another community just yesterday, and they have tournaments there, and that's how, it's a small community with a $20,000 population of people, yet they bring in tournaments, and their hotels are booked and everything, and it's all because of this, like, small little tournament fields that they have invested money in.
Yes.
And that is something that we can do here. And I know that the parents have been asking for that, in terms of soccer too, baseball, and even the football. The
Right.
flag football is a big draw too, so working on those areas to really entice people to make Harlingen, like Commissioner says, as a central location for these tournaments. I know that I asked Javier, and you and I did, like 3 years ago, Mendez, to work with the school district to see if we could do murals on the outside of the restrooms, and that never came to fruition. But I think that's a good way for us to collaborate with the district to get that
Absolutely, yeah, we
done.
can reach out to their art classes and have them showcase their art on our restrooms,
Mayor Commissioner Pettis and I met with Dr. Gonzalez at the time, and that started to get off the ground, and then he left, and so I think that kind of,
Yeah,
You need to
so.
restart that.
yeah, we need to restart that.
It's just a way to bring the community to get involved in the project. And each area, like, I know that you've been trying to do a lot of the native plants and the butterfly gardens and things like that. So maybe the District 2, that's the theme of the restrooms and the murals, more peace and serenity and all that great stuff. And then where they've got the tournaments, maybe it's the logos or the mascots of the schools, or there's got to be a way for us to have more of an identity for our community.
Mayor, if I may, I know Pendleton Park is the recreation center, is one of the main focus, right? So I think, Gabe, this is the time that we need to look at the championship courts or tennis courts there. Ramiro has done a great job recruiting those tournaments. I think if we had a championship court or two, I think he would attract bigger tournaments. Being there at Pendleton Park, it's centralized, I think this is the ideal time to start looking into doing that.
Yeah, I already talked to him about that, and I asked him to get me some sort of design for that, because I want to ask the 4B, but I got to get commission's approval first to do that.
I'd never really been out there until last Sunday. I went to go pick up my son, because he was playing tennis. It just by coincidence, I ran into Ram right when he was coming out, and then he gave me like a little quick mini tour. And it was impressive. It was impressive. I really like what they have out there.
He takes pride
Yeah.
in what he does there.
Commissioner, when UTRGV was still in the WAC, we had a tournament out there for all the teams that are in that league, and ESPN covered it from the HEB Tennis Center. So it's done really well, and I think we just need to continue the momentum. And I think with that championship court, but it just can't be the court. It's got to be the bleachers, the
gotta be
canopies, to
seating,
have
yes.
seated for the folks that want to be there to watch it.
Because I think Pendleton has big potential.
Oh, it certainly does.
Absolutely.
I
About
think-
6 weeks ago, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
About 6 weeks ago, they had a tournament, a UTRGV, and they played Arkansas, and they had, first of all, they had a clinic. If I remember correctly, they had one where they had a clinic for, I think it was 8th graders from like 3 to 5, is that correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Danny? On a Saturday? And then they played Arkansas.
Then they played the tournament.
The tournament the next day, and it was really, really good. But there was people involved, but again, the seating could have been more. And so it was really good to talk to the coaches and to talk to UTRGV personnel. But we need to have more of it, and so we could really help to help UTRGV and everybody else to have more of it there at Pendleton Park.
You
So
know,
I
another,
think
Going back to
that,
Vestal, so
Just, yes, I agree, but before we wrap this one up, I want to just say, because I remember you did a great job of putting together the meeting when the guy came down on how we could utilize our hot tax funds and stuff, and then maybe CVB can help with the champion court, isn't it? Because we already have it, it's established. Remember, we were looking at how we could get that
and
done.
already host games.
We already host games, and so maybe that's something that CVB can help us, and not just with the court, but also promotion and making this more of a tourist attraction. So that might be something you want to look at to see if it's something that we can use those funds for the potential of bringing in more tournaments. And I think that's a way to create the court that you want, so it doesn't come out of our general fund dollars.
The park staff has done an amazing job there. They redid the dock there. They added that fountain. I mean, we're gonna have to redo the trail there, but this is the time to start planning. And that recreation center gets here, it's already.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's why I think the location is important, and you've done a lot of, I saw the pier and all the I mean, it's looking nice over there, so we really need to focus on ensuring that we're utilizing the right buckets of money to improve it and make it, to its potential, right? Sorry, go ahead.
On Vestal, I've been finding partnerships to do the improvements, so I don't want to be blocked on like the city's portion of it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
If we can do it on the short term, like the dog park, I got a partnership on that. The butterfly and birding portion, we just had a meeting, we got a partnership with that. And so then we got the trees, which is something we spearheaded, we got a partnership with that. And so I'll be coming to the commission, and I don't want it to be, I'd like us to keep this on the short-term one. So I can see that, let's say, any physical improvements such as like the parking lot, we can make that a midterm. The splash pad, we can put that in midterm. And then the concession stands, we can put that as midterm. But on these other projects that we're already moving forward on, I don't want them blocked.
What does it mean when you say partnerships?
Where I'm working with other organizations to assist with the funding for it, right? So think of it like grants.
But what about manpower?
We would be putting in the manpower.
That's the thing.
That's the point.
Because you'd be taking manpower from other projects for years. And don't get me wrong, you've done an amazing job with Vestal, but at the same time, the comprehensive plan specifically states that we need more pocket parks. So then the manpower that I would have be able to use for my Stewart Place Park, pocket park, or even the one that I've been talking to Juan about where we just broke ground, do like maybe a little dog park or a little field, whatever. You're taking that away from Vestal Park, which Vestal Park's already been established. You've done an excellent job there, but now you're taking away from some other needs. So I understand you're getting partnerships and stuff like that, but at the same time, you have to spread the love around for Pendleton, for all the other parks.
I agree with that, but I don't want to leave money on the table, and that's what you're telling me to do. is if I'm saying, if I can get an organization to pay for all the material, and we just put in by doing the manual labor, which these are small projects, so it's not like I'm gonna keep them for 2 to 3 to 5 to weeks, right? If I get them for 1 week, we can knock it all out.
You can always push it over there to the Stewart Place Park, the partnerships.
You can get your own partnerships.
Exactly.
I found my partnerships.
So they get the partnerships for the whole thing and then leave the labor for the other parks.
So I understand what you're saying. I appreciate it. I think that I listen to the community at large, and they want to see improvements throughout the city. And so maybe the answer is, and I don't know, because this is a Gabe question, maybe we need more personnel, maybe we need more parks, but we only have a finite of resources. They can only work so many hours a day, and I see them working hard. And they can only do as much work as it's physically possible within an 8-hour day. And so do we need more parks personnel to be able to do that? Because I get what you're saying, but at the same time, I think that, yes, Vestal Park is important, but I want our Parks Department to ensure that the parks across the community are first up to par before they're doing additional work, even if there's money and grant funding. Because we've got grant funds, but we're contracting out all the work, right? So Victor Park is gonna get a whole redo, but our staff's not gonna do it. A Royal Park, same thing. So that's the kind of money that you go out there and we get that, and that's not what our guys are working on. So it's different when we've got these partnerships, but the guys still have to do the work. So it's either we put it on hold or we get more people.
So in that
We're
case,
gonna talk about that.
Go ahead, Pedro.
This budget process, because everybody's asked for more people, and so it's gonna be a interesting budget cycle this year.
Yeah.
Won't be coming until, I think, Robert, we're gonna start in June, July? Okay, so that's coming up pretty soon.
So every line item on the budget this year needs to be connected to our comprehensive plan. That was the whole point. So I think that these workshops and these goals need to be tied into that plan, which is also, if we're going to make it a short term, then we have to find out how are we going to get that done and also get everything else done. So that's, we can't justify doing the work in one area of town and not in the others. But if we can do them simultaneously, I think that that's great. But is that feasible? That's a Danny question. With your, I want the number one priority of parks is to take care of the parks. That's their job.
That's correct, but we need to get personnel at the time, right now.
Because right now it's not happening. And we need to and we're gonna give you more work.
Exactly.
How are we going to accomplish that?
Yeah.
No, I'm already on board with getting them more staff. And so when I'm thinking short term, it's already with them having the staff so they can be working on projects in every district.
But to Gabe's point, we need more park staff. We need more drainage staff. Like, what's realistic? Like, these are our goals, our short-term goals. What can we realistically get done? I think that the citizens of Harlingen deserve to have the parks that they already have to be beautiful. That's it. That's number one. Everything that's grant funded and we're gonna contract out, that's engineering, that's planning, that's making sure that we are aggressive with our deadlines, and making sure that engineering is staffed, right? We've been having some issues in that department. Where's engineering?
Roberto is not here.
Okay, so that's a big component to executing on those grants.
Yeah, I
And so,
told you about the meeting we had with TechSouth yesterday, so that's,
so you see, I don't want those calls. I want us to be
yeah.
on
And
it.
I got better things I could be doing.
Right.
rather than
So to me, that is, and in speaking with Anna, I think that's where we need to ensure that that we're getting these funds and that we are aggressively moving on them. There's no reason why we're waiting this long on Victor Park. That should have been done. I don't know why we're at the stage that we are in right now. So we need to ensure that we're moving forward on those. But those don't take park personnel. Those are other departments. So at this point, we're focusing on parks.
So if we're gonna have a short-term goal, we're gonna be married to it. So if we're gonna add Vestal, we need to figure out how we're gonna get that done, and these other priorities too. How are we doing that, Daniel?
Adding more staff. That's the way we get it done.
You want to tell them how many staff you want?
You gotta make the assessment first.
Right.
You know what, even if you come in with a 10 to 12 to 14, honestly, that's not enough. I can tell you right now, right off the bat.
I agree.
That's not enough. But then again, we need to have another workshop regarding drainage, because if we don't address drainage, who's gonna go to flooded parks?
Correct.
So,
Yeah,
that's
so,
where you guys have to prioritize.
so my priority, and I think we already said, our priority as a commission was drainage. So if we're gonna add personnel, we need to have sufficient personnel in drainage. And then from there, we need to have sufficient personnel in parks. But it's drainage, then parks. So are we going to have enough money to do that? And we know that, that's all gonna depend on how this commission works together in putting that budget together and making sure that we have a property tax rate that's going to be able to fund the budget that we want and the work that we want. And that's been a challenge.
And just as an FYI, as of today, our sales tax revenues are $1 million over last year's, but we're going to have some recurring expenses from the fire CBA that are going to come up this year. Then we're also, and I know this is not on the agenda, but it's just an FYI. And then the police CBA is coming up this year for renewal again for 3 years, so.
And I would like to see a complete reconstruction of Fire Station Number 1. I think it's time, I think it's needed, that needs to be in this budget, but before we do that, we need to fix the drainage problem. So it goes back, so those are other big
Mayor,
expenses.
I think that fire station is going to have to be relocated because it keeps flooding every time, and I think that's a solution I'm looking at right now.
We need to get it, that's part of our budget, and maybe that's something that you can help us with. It's a historical site.
We have two big drainage plans for that area. We have the Jefferson Avenue Stormwater System and drainage improvement, and then we'll have Commerce coming online, hopefully with us 25 million that we can start. I mean to ask that question, which side of Commerce are we starting on? The south side, right? Which is better because the water flows, our water on Commerce flows to the Arroyo, so you want to start typically, Oscar and I disagree on points.
Thank you.
But we need to start on the south side. You typically start downstream, right? Oscar likes to start upstream. A lot of other people like to start downstream. Either way, once we do that, that will alleviate a lot of the flooding on Fire Station 1.
And then
We need to make sure we're just following the expert's plan. I don't know what that is, but at the end of the day, we need to do the drainage project and we need to reconstruct. They are not in, what's happening in the fire department right now and in that station is not acceptable for those firefighters that are there. So that needs to be a priority. So when we're talking about beautifying projects and things like that, we also need to think about public health and safety and making sure that our first responders are able to do their job. So all I'm saying is that we got to look at this comprehensively to make sure that we're taking care of those things. So if that means focusing on that drainage project, which is important, then we need to look at, are we going to have enough staff, or are we going to start contracting out things, or are we going to create a new drainage crew?
In my mind, Commerce has to be done externally. There's no way we can do it in-house. I don't think we have the staff. So that one's done. That will alleviate flooding, but I know the fire chief has said that you would just want a whole new station for Station 1, right?
But that could be a museum, and that could be a...
Agreed. No, I agree with that. If you want us to look at that, I remember my uncle served there back in, so long.
I'd hate for it to just not be part of Arlington's story, Arlington's history.
And to finish Commerce, we need between 60 to 80 million.
Correct.
Right.
To completely do it right. And so,
And then with us getting West Street on board, that's a priority for me as well.
I had a question on the Commerce Street when you had because I wasn't here obviously for the town hall, but did you discuss about because a lot of people, the public are confused about Commerce.
Yeah.
Because I just saw a post and there's this is what we were promised, on social media, and they don't understand that there was just the design. and then they're expecting more. And then they see the stretch that you're doing right now, and they're thinking it's gonna be the whole thing, and I see all these questions about the circular bike. So did you talk about that in your town hall? Okay, good.
I talked about it there, and then even in the comments of that post, I literally said, hey, I just gave you guys an update on this a month ago. Because one lady said, we just got an update. This is just like a part-time thing, or not a part-time, but a temporary fix. So people are aware of it when you read the comments, but I can't, it's hard, and I'm not gonna spend my time fighting digital, whatever that is. I'm not gonna go there.
Yeah, I think you did a good job. When we were prioritizing the streets and everybody kind of advocated for their districts, that's when we added commerce and we talked about how long it was going to take to be able to do the plan and how it was planned and design, and then construction is going to come much later, and all of the money, and that this was supposed to be just spot repairs. And so I think that the information is out there, but yeah, people are not going to understand, but it wouldn't hurt to just share it again or more widely, whatever, because you had already done it before, just sharing the same information.
Or maybe have media do like a little video, kind of like the video that.
They did a great video.
Yeah, the video that Edgar did, that was good. But like a little bit more educational one, just so they can understand like what the process.
I can meet with them, we can do like an interview and do that whole stuff.
I'd just like to go back really quick because I can see it. We are gonna put short-term, the kayak launch project, we did put that on short-term?
Yeah, to look at, because we're gonna complete the planning project.
Okay.
Planning part.
Okay.
But construction, I think it was midterm.
It's midterm, okay. Thank you.
Yep, correct.
And then on the parks, because we talked about Vestal, we are going to go back to, because of the quality versus the quantity and the sponsorships that you wanted, because we don't have the personnel for it. If not, we'd all go back to get our own sponsorships. We are not going to do that right now because we don't have the personnel. Is that what we discussed?
I think we should keep it on the short term and we keep it contingent on funding for staff.
Because you want to move on Vestal and you don't want it
Yeah.
blocked.
I would
Don't wanna lose the money.
I would disagree with that, and I would keep it midterm.
That's what I thought I heard. We heard two different
Yeah,
opinions.
because, I mean, don't get me wrong, Vestal's, like I said
It looks
before,
great.
Vestal's doing great, but the other parks need love too. And when it boils down to it, we're all getting from the same pot. So I think, and plus on the comprehensive plan, Vestal Park's not really mentioned too much. And my stuff, I'm just pushing my stuff again because it is. It is, the Stewart Place is mentioned, and like I've been talking to Juan, I do want to do, because one of the things I was looking at the plan is that they're saying that we need parks on the west side, and the land's going to get more expensive. And then I'm looking at Gabe, because I want him to buy all this land over there on the west side. But I know that's not feasible right now. So what I wanted to do is like the area that's over there that we broke ground in, like I mentioned earlier, I would like to turn that into just like a little temporary park, maybe a trail. You even gave me the ideas for that, for like the little trail around it, or maybe, like a little dog park or something like that, just so we can have something on the west side, because we don't have anything. And then like on your district, your area, you've done a phenomenal job there at Vestal Park. So those people all around the Zavala area, I know they love you because of the stuff that you've done. I even have one of my neighbors who, actually, perfect example, one of my neighbors that lives in my area goes to Vestal Park, and that's when I send you that message about the dog poop in that park, because he goes all the way over there because he loves what you've done. And I'm like, that's what I want over
I'm making
here
a
on our west
circle
side.
now. Where are we going today?
No, but that's what I'm saying is like, we've done a lot. You've done a fantastic there at Vestal Park. So that's why I think we need to concentrate a little bit more on the other side.
Yeah, no, and my concern also is that with HISD consolidating schools, Crockett going to Zavala now, we're gonna even have more people using Vestal. That's what I'm saying is, if all I'm asking for is like 1 week of manual labor here or there, I think comparatively, compared to the ask of other parks, which is both financial and labor, I think we can bang them out quickly.
Daniel, we both know that your 1 week doesn't
Well,
turn into 1 week.
when-
Come on.
The reason
Come
I
on.
asked for that,
No.
Even
I would-
Daniel's laughing over there.
It's
Come on.
like,
I
not a
disagree.
repeat of talking over each other.
No, we're not. We're cool.
I disagree. The one issue is that was a contractor that had nothing to do with me. And then the other one was other issues, which again, had nothing to do with me, so.
the reason I ask is I have Hunter Park.
Exactly.
In District 1, that it's just there, and it's right around a neighborhood that has continuously asked me, can you do something about this? It's in walking distance right across the street from neighborhoods. Their kids are there, their grandchildren are there, and although Pendleton Park is gonna get many improvements, and they're coming, and I can tell them that, they have a Hunter Park that is right in the middle of a neighborhood that has been just left alone for years and years. And they could really use some improvement. So if sponsorship is what we need, then I need to go out there for it. I need to go out there for it, and then see what we can do with what we have with personnel.
And that's exactly what I mean, like Vestal Park Hunter Park deserves some love too. There's no reason why your Hunter Park can't be the next Vestal Park. You can use Daniel's improvements there as a
Of
perfect
course.
example of how to do it right.
I could mirror that from Vestal Park, but the sponsorships I can go out and get, but I'll need the personnel from the city. And then that we're gonna get into, well, I need them and that, but we need personnel. And you're gonna be up against that, and I don't wanna cause that chaos, because that's not what we wanna do. The parks we need personnel, and that's not what we're trying to do.
Hunter Park does have funding for this year.
Yay.
For a walking trail and some lighting. So that's through the CDBG funding, so.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you.
So what about this? What about having a follow-up discussion with parks, and again, creating a subcommittee to see what's possible? We need to have a realistic approach at what we're going to do in terms of capacity. And we can, and Gabe can do some homework with management and the directors to see what the projections are of how many people we're going to get. Because this is the short-term planning, and so we're looking at 0 to 3 years. I don't see why we can't get Vestal done, but we do have to do other things first.
I agree,
And
because
so-
I'm still waiting for my basketball courts
But I'm
to be
still
painted.
talking.
Yeah.
And so, what we can do is we can find, this is really putting the ball back in the court of parks. I think that we need to have a plan, and we need to see that plan, and for this commission to adopt that plan on how you're going to improve and get up to par all of our parks. How long that's going to take you. Maybe that doesn't take very long. That's the first priority. And then from there, moving forward, we have grant funding. We have funding in all of the districts, really, from different areas, and from the Sandy's already budgeted for that specific park, and some others as well. And then we can try to see if realistically we can get that done in Vestal Park. I know that Rini wants another pocket park over there by the drainage, but that, even though that is a need, and the comprehensive plan identifies that we need more parks in District 5, and I want that, because I mean, that's in my area of town as well. However, we need to first understand what the priority list is, and we can't get and start and get staff to go over there and create a second pocket park. You already have Stewart Place.
Oh, no,
We need to
that's gonna be
focus-
midterm for me.
Yeah, so we need to focus on that first, because it's already been identified. That's additional work that they're not even doing right now, and the parks right now are not where they need to be. So I think we need to really focus on what's realistic, have a second meeting, see where we're at, and then if the projections show that they'll get the staff that they need to be able to accomplish those goals, then we can do these other smaller projects. But things that were supposed to already be done, those are things that should be continued, and those have already been identified. It's just the additional work that I think that we need to put on hold. So I do agree, things that have already been in the plan and that we just haven't gotten to should be here. It's just, I mean, I would imagine everybody feels the same. It's just not adding more than what was already committed.
Correct. The master plan for Vestal's already been completed. All I'm trying to do is finish it, so that I can move on to Windsor Park and then another park.
Right, and what they will do is they will prioritize that. So even though it is on the short term, it's not going, I mean, I want to see them working on all of the parks, and I think everybody else does, including yourself, I would imagine, to ensure that before they can start working on other projects, that they need to focus on what is most pressing, and that is all of the concerns, all of the complaints, and the citizen phone calls about this park, that kind of thing. So
Right now, I can tell you that we got a lot on our plate. I mean, there's a lot of things that we have going on, and we need to work on an irrigation system right now, because a lot of our parks, you can go right now to the parks, they're dry, there's no grass, and that's something that we need to concentrate on. But if I can't have people concentrate on that because we're jumping into something else, it's very hard for me to keep up with these parks.
Mayor, another thing, Mayor, you brought up a really good point, and then Commissioner Morales added to it. I think right now, with the staff we have right now, I think we need to focus on restrooms, of course,
And I think that should be, short term.
So on this short-term plan, we don't have the pocket park for Stewart Place, and that is something that's already been identified, unless you wrote it down. So that's the one right next to the fire station. And then midterm, you said this other pocket park in,
Yes, that's midterm, yeah, for me, that's
Three
midterm.
Hills?
Yeah,
Okay, so
because
maybe
I want
write
to finish
that
this
down.
one before I do the other one.
okay,
Where does 100 Park fit in if we already have budget?
in the
for
short term.
For the short term? Is it up there?
No, Hunter Park.
It will be. It
Okay.
needs to be.
Thank you.
After, yeah, number 11, Hunter Park.
And then again, those are specific to what the dollars are already allocated for. Any additional?
Correct.
I think that there's room to, for everybody to talk about priority in that regard. But dollars that are already committed, that's different.
Okay.
Do you have anything else you want to add, Sandy, that we're missing that you have allocated funding for?
For parks, we got Arroyo, but I believe that's up there.
That's up there.
Wilson, Hunter, and Ranger Road.
Those are all there. Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I wanted to add a couple other grants that are, we already have a grant agreement executed. So just for reference, Parks actually has like about 14 active grants. And so here we're missing on this list the trail-related projects. So you have the Phase 3, that's a planning project, and that's in progress. We also have the Dixieland, the corridor planning, I guess, another project. And then we also have the extension from Hugh Ramsey to basically going back in that, it's called the East Extension. And so that one, we actually have construction funding for that one. And then there's another one along the Arroyo Trail, along the existing trail, and it's for safety lighting and other improvements. So
These
those
are
additional ones. Yeah.
These are all trail.
Trail-related.
Trail-related. So, yeah, so what I would like is, again, and maybe we can decide at the end of this and creating subcommittees and what commissioners want to be on what and all that good stuff. And then we can work with parks to separate those that are grant funding and contracted out versus what park staff is doing. So then we know realistically what we can do. Because maybe there is more capacity if most of it is being contracted out. And especially in terms of the ones that are kind of in queue with the grants that are, the grants that have already been awarded. And we want to make sure that we're on track with those. And so if you can also help us to see where we're at with that. And at the next workshop, I think that it's going to be important that we have engineering present, so that way we have those discussions.
Yeah, I'm not sure why he's not here today.
Okay. And we should also have media here, so they're not here to be able to,
I think Delma's back there, Mayor.
I don't know about media, Delma. Hey, Delma. But to kind of help in things that are being identified, like this commission, the video that y'all did was fantastic, but Daniel already has explained in the past, and maybe putting something out there to talk about how that is just a temporary improvement and what the long-term goals are in that regard. Okay.
The short term also, we need Bowie Park, that has almost gonna be completed, and then it's Roosevelt Park.
Oh, I remember. Okay, what's going on in Bowie Park?
Bowie Park is we're finishing up the pickleball courts, we're finishing up the pro shop.
They're done, right? The
pickleball courts are done. Oh, that's ready to roll. We're working on the.
Bowie Park?
That's Bowie Park.
Community
community
center.
center.
Yes. it's Bowie
Okay, I was
That's
thinking
the
that.
way I saw it somewhere else, so.
It's the community center, but in the back it's called Bowie Park.
Okay, you blew my mind. I thought it was like by Bowie Elementary. I was like, what? What's going on over there? Isn't that your district?
The school is, not the
Right.
park.
Okay, all right. So to me, that's the community center
Yeah.
and the green space, which is called Bowie Park. All right. Okay.
And then if you wanted to throw Windsor on there, we can throw it on there. Gotta fight tooth and nail here.
Hey, so,
But
but
I
real,
got you. I'll support you on Hunter, all right?
but when
Because
we're.
I've gotten comments on Hunter, right? Let's talk this out.
So looking at just in terms of visual, look at what Parks got. It's a lot of work.
Parks is the best department, guys, right here, right? Teasing.
They're all here, you know
I know,
that,
right? I was
right?
like, I said that, I was like, ooh, my bad. I know.
And everybody just looked at you.
No,
Just
yeah.
record it, right?
No, Parks does have a lot of work, and I know that we need to support them because they've been doing a lot of things understaffed. And so what I did ask Danny for is, what I really like, what Kester did is, he said per population, we need to have so many officers, like one officer for every 14,000 or whatnot. I wanted us to do the same, because to your point, I completely agree with you guys. We do need to be maintaining the parks we have. So I just think we need to make sure that Parks takes a priority, because they've, it seems in the past, have been left to wither on the vine.
It just, every time there is, and I talked to Anna about this, and she stepped out, but we get an award, and people are like, oh, okay, great, you got this many, and then nothing happens.
Agreed.
And that's a
My life with
big
commerce.
problem. Yeah, and so
I agree.
I think that people are starting to feel like we're just talking about things and nothing's getting done, and so if we can show a little love to the city and to the community and to the parks that we already have, they'll see that there is a real effort to beautify. And then I think we're on board, right? I saw that it was online, the projects are now online.
Yeah.
So that's going to be helpful. So things like that, just to share where we are at with things is going to be important. But, okay, are we wrapping up, or what is this consensus on this
I would like
commission?
my detention park to be on the midterm.
I added it on my, yeah.
And all those short-term ones already have funding, correct?
Correct.
Not all of them.
Which ones don't have funding?
They do, in my opinion. I mean, we didn't say here, it's not listed to go and the short term doesn't have the, I guess, the directive of making sure that the parks are where they need to be, but that's understood and that's what we're supposed to be doing. And then we'll have a follow-up meeting to see, and I'd like for you to put something in writing on what it is that you're going to need to accomplish those goals and what those goals are and what the timeline is for that. But aside from that, Gabe, I think everything here has funding.
The concession that we're gonna do for Bowie that you mentioned a while ago, does that have any funding?
Oh, that's right.
The
That's-
reallocation of the 50.
That's what we spoke about, that we were gonna speak to Mark.
Oh, but we need to come get an authorization from
Right.
the commission to do that.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
But it is something that needs to get done because that was supposed to be done a long time ago. So it is a priority. And they're done with the pickleball, right?
We're good to go on the pickleball.
Thank you, Jesus.
So then would you guys be cool with putting the Hickory Hills on midterm?
We are.
What's not there yet? That's what's-
Oh, okay, yeah, sorry.
Another park to consider as well is the soccer complex for maybe midterm. I know we had applied for a grant on that one, and then it got
Detention park.
frozen. So we need to submit again in February, Anna?
But that's got money from the Rotary that we need to finish up.
That's, yeah, it's like a $5 million project.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
But I
that's,
think we need to hurry up and finish the Rotary grant
Right.
they gave us to get that done.
So is that not back on the short term?
Well, there's two. There's the long-term that he's talking about, then
the
there's
long-term, yes.
the $100,000 that we got from Rotary that we need to.
That's already in the process.
Have we gotten the 75 from
The battery?
Black Mountain Energy? Okay, well, you're getting another 75 coming your way.
Okay.
Always looking for money.
I think when they finish the park, is when they're supposed to pay us, or the battery park.
I think they're going to verify.
I don't,
What did you say about the money that Rotary just gave?
it's for the soccer complex.
Yes, and when does that take place?
They ordered it, they just need to install it.
Can you add on short term the soccer complex / Rotary contribution?
That's for the bleachers and water fountains, right?
Shaded structures and
Yeah, there was shade
shade
structures, I think was the
structures.
Right.
largest component.
we were bidding like 90,000 or
100,
100,000? We picked it up to 100,000?
I'm sorry, what?
It was picked up to 100,000?
100,000, yes, ma'am. And then you mentioned that you wanted a tournament at the pickleball
Correct.
and you and the mayor would start it off?
Well, it's not really much competition, but yeah.
No.
Delma's going to train me. You're on. All right, so
We got through time.
long-term goals for parks.
I think considering we need to work on the maintenance plan, so the ones we already have, we don't not much of a long-term.
Well, I think long-term, what we want is our vision of green space within a certain distance between everybody's home.
There you go. Okay, that makes sense.
And then for midterm, what I want us to start looking at, short-term, midterm, long-term, is doing a trail every year. You guys can pick whatever trail, right? I think Dixieland, that one's already, we're getting funding for that one, right? We've applied for funding for Dixieland down to the trail. But then we have another trail from Dixieland up to Launcie Hill.
So long-term is green space within walking distance of every neighborhood. Right?
That's what I'm saying. I think it's short-term, midterm, long-term, is just put new walking trail. And then every year, we would build a new walking trail.
But that's midterm, but our long-term, or short-term and midterm, but our long-term is that we have accomplished a green space
Okay.
in walking distance of every
So
neighborhood.
then you're saying long-term completed walking trails?
Yes.
Okay.
We are, by the time we get there, we will have done all the things that are in short-term, midterm. Does that make sense? Green space, how are we gonna get to a green space available within walking distance of every neighborhood? That would just have to be in the long term, but we are going to accomplish that goal with all the work that's gonna be done in the short term and midterm. And midterm is one trail, walking trail, or a trail that is connecting to our trail system? Which one are you saying?
What I'm saying is that we have a whole trail system, so it's one portion or one leg of every trail system.
Okay,
Commissioner, that's going to be
that's different.
awfully hard to fund because you have all these other short-term projects you need to fund also or complete, and then you've got the trail. That's going to take a lot of money.
I know.
We have to figure out how we're going to pay for that.
So is that long term? It's midterm?
Long-term is that's completed, right? So in my mind, the way you get it completed, like you're saying, you have to do short-term, medium-term, midterm, and long-term.
I don't know, what does the city manager say? What does the checkbook say?
Yeah. Those are two different things. City manager and checkbook are.
I mean, I agree, and that is one of my personal goals, but what can we achieve?
Juan, what are you saying?
I think every year is not going to, I think every other year, maybe?
Juan?
Just for clarification, how are we, looking at long-term? Is it like at the 6-year timeframe and above?
Long-term is
I'm sorry.
Six to,
5+ years.
yeah.
So, I mean, based on conversation and how we want to build parks and the needs for parks, I think by the time we get to long-term from 6 to 10 years, I think it's viable that we can look at that. And also even like acquisition of land or what we can find. If we go on the plan with developing parks and growing.
The way I recall it is that they were gonna use, the way it was originally designed, is you were gonna partner with irrigation districts and drainage districts, and that we were gonna use part of their easements to get there, if I recall correctly, from the 2010 plan,
Talking about for the trails?
the trail plan, right? Because the one I'm thinking of is the Dixieland to Launcie Hill, you're following the canal system.
And the crews that we've used to build our trails have been the street crews. They're going to be tied up with the list that we just created, and this year we're going out for 8 miles and not the 7.
It's over 12, sir.
Over 12? So they're going to be really busy all year, so in order for us to get the value of doing it in-house, we're going to have to maybe pause a street or two to do it ourselves to get that done. So I think,
You know, the interesting idea is any district that's willing to take it on would pause a street from their street crew.
Say that again?
That's,
Well, we did it this year, remember? We had to stop our street crew to go do the city lake
the
trail.
town lake, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
We're gonna have,
City Lake one.
we're gonna have to do that again. We're gonna have to do that again with the Wilson, Trail.
yeah.
The Wilson Trail, the Pendleton Park Trail, the soccer complex trail.
So whichever district is taking that street crew loses a street or whatever off for that 1 year.
We already approved the street list. We can't do that unless
So,
you guys.
yeah, and then
moving
we gotta.
forward, that's what I'm saying.
So,
Yeah.
but the thing is that, what is the priority though? Like, are the streets the priority or the parks the priority? You're taking a one-way, and then, and the streets are a mobility issue, right? And,
So are walking trails, right? But
But there's safety.
well,
You know what we can do is assess where we are at the end of the fiscal year, and if we've completed our trails, if we've completed the streets, then use that crew to finish off on the trails and start doing that.
So we need a workshop.
Yeah, we do need a workshop.
We got some other things in streets as well that we want to do.
Well, I think for now, I think medium or long-term, we can put the trails there and then just have a workshop to figure all this out.
yeah, the issue, my concern or my fear is we've had some of these projects on the books for the last 16 years.
Oh, but we've done trails just about every year. We just did Town Lake.
No, but those are like looped trails, right? Like a park trail.
that's what I was asking.
Compared to a point A to point B mobility trail.
So what about this? Why can't that be our goal, but our goal is to get that done and to get some grant funding for it? And the MPO can help us with that. And so that should be the goal. Because if we are depending on our guys
Okay.
to be moving them, from streets to get this done, it's a tall order. We don't have enough staff. I agree. I mean, I think that, ideally, I would like part of Harlingen's identity to be our trails, and we've talked about expansion and connectivity, and it would be nice that everybody wouldn't have to utilize their vehicle to get anywhere in the city. That's a long-term goal. But we don't have the staff to get that done, and we need to work on the streets because the complaints of this city are drainage, streets, and then it's potholes.
Yeah, I agree. I think about it, and I think streets should be the priority because that's what's more visible to the public. Because yes, a lot of people do use the trails, but when you're talking about like, I'm gonna drive down this crappy street to go to work and come back and all that stuff, that affects them on a daily basis. So I think that streets should be the priority. And I agree with you. I'm down with you with the trails. I think we need to expand it. I love that idea, but I think priority should be the streets.
So then what about this being the happy medium is that every year we're applying for grants
Yeah.
for walking trails.
100%.
Right? And the grants to cover not just materials, but construction, like you said.
Yes.
Because you're right, I was thinking staff's gonna build it, but if we can alleviate that work from them, we can do that.
I love
Does that
it.
work?
We've been doing that every year without the commission telling us to do that because it's a priority.
We want it more.
You
I
want
know
more?
that.
We want more, yes.
That's
Okay, so
how the sausage is made. I guess.
midterm is one trail per year, and then I guess slash grant funded, right? Grant funded.
Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Yes. And if we could do more than one trail per year, that
Correct.
would be great.
Yeah, that'd be great. We could probably do some of the in the loop ones that you talked about, Commissioner.
Because when I was asking earlier about Wilson and Dixie, when I say, are they complete, is everything we want to do at that park done, or Victor Park, or all that?
No.
Is that what we mean when we put it on the list? That's and so, if we're gonna go this
Yeah.
route, that
Well,
works.
the short term, no, because the short term is specific on grant funding, monies being allocated for specific projects within the park.
When you put the short-term grants on the list, it's to do everything that was funded through the grant for that park.
Because we're gonna wanna
That's
do
it.
more on these parks as time progresses.
Because we haven't had any money, additional money allocated from the council to actually do that. So it's only for that part of the grant that was funded.
Okay.
Grant and CDBG.
Oh, it's a grant, yeah, so.
And I think long-term, I don't know if y'all would agree with this, but I think that long-term goals would be shaded structures in all parks.
Yes.
Define shaded structures.
It'd be specific to the parks, right? So if you have bleachers, they should have shaded structures. Yes. That means that if you have bleachers, that means that you have events and that people are sitting down and watching their kids play. If you have a park where there's a trail, and like Vestal, where you're gonna be walking and doing type of exercise, there should be a shaded structure. And shaded structures can take on different meanings. It could be a tree, it could be the actual, that material that we saw in terms of covering the bleachers. It could be set certain areas where there's benches for people to sit with the shaded structure. There just needs to be place for relief from the sun.
I think that should be automatic on everything, even the playgrounds. I think that should be automatic. Now, from going on forward, if we're adding in
It's a
something,
long-term.
it's gonna be expensive. It is. But I think with our heat and the sun that we get, we need to have shaded structure, especially playgrounds and
Mayor, and I think when we look at the bleachers, we need to look at, because there's some that need to be replaced. I think at Pendleton, we still have wooden structures there, right?
Yes, at Pendleton and Victor.
Pendleton, Victor?
There's a wooden.
Yeah, and so when we're looking at putting a shade structure, we ought to just replace the whole thing if we can afford it.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's modernizing.
Yeah.
And I think, again, it goes back to each of the commissioners going through their districts, looking at the parks, making recommendations, because y'all are going to be the ones that know. I'm not familiar with all of the parks, and getting input from the community in that neighborhood. I think you did a great job with that little neighborhood park. There's no technically shaded structures, but there's lots of shade. That's my point, for it to be a place where you're not dying from the heat when you're trying to enjoy the green space. And so whatever that looks like, that should be our long-term goal, for you to not only be able to walk to green space from your neighborhood, but also for there to be sufficient shade, so that way you can be there with your family and enjoy it. And it needs to be ADA accessible. We need to work towards that.
Absolutely. ADA accessible.
Yeah.
Long-term goals.
Long-term goal, yeah, I agree, because
Well.
to me, when I look at a new park being built, personally, I think the money should be go towards the amenity, and the shading is like an accessory, rather than.
Not in
necessarily-
not in this region. It's not an accessory, it's a necessity. People, that's the whole point I was pushing for the rec center, is that people, it's hot, it's hot, and there's heat exhaustion, and you need to be, if we're going to create a community and promote health and wellness, we need to be able to enjoy a green space and have some coverage from the sun, whether that be some natural type of shade or a man-made structure. Because if not, they're not going to be utilized most of the year.
It is a necessity. I remember that's why that's why the swimming pool at Pendleton Park was covered initially, the years ago, because it used to not be, of course.
We're gonna try to re-roof that one with the 4B money.
yeah, that roof is bad.
It does.
Robert, have we approved the budget amendment for the 4B, the city council yet, or is that on this agenda?
It's on this agenda? The resolution is on this agenda.
That's okay. Okay, good.
Didn't you just get some funding on the 4B for Vestal?
No,
Yeah, you did. I was there.
not for Vestal.
This past one that we
Yes, you
approved?
did.
Yeah, you did for shade structures.
Yeah.
Yeah, $90,000.
You did.
If you don't want it, I'll take it.
No, I
Then
was
why did they-
unaware that Parks had asked for that. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
So, and you want shaded structures in your area?
Well, no, but honestly, like, to me, I was like, well, I played with that. When I played basketball, I didn't need a shade. Like, just throw it. If you're asking me, I don't know. I'd rather use that money, but yeah.
Daniel, there was a lot of things we didn't do without, we
Yeah.
did without.
I drank from a water hose. I'm teaching my boys to drink from water hoses, right? Like, yeah.
Pretty sure it was state, sir.
Danny, you were gonna say
Yes,
something?
You know, something to consider as well that I'm just throwing it out there. When we get these developments here in the city, I mean, the contractors come in and they tear up all these trees, and there's actually trees there that maybe we might want to invest in a spade to where if it's okay with them, we can go in there and pull out these trees and move them throughout our parks, you know, and.
Oh, absolutely. We need
Maybe
to
that's something that we
conserve as
can-
much as possible.
I'm sorry.
I didn't even know that was
Put it in the
possible.
budget.
That is a great idea.
Is it a big item?
Yeah.
Big spade.
That is
But
great,
it's
'cause they're expensive.
Specifically just for that, you know, and
Got it.
you give you save the tree. You know, versus going out there and just digging it with the backhoe and pulling it out, you're not gonna get it. But I think that's something we need to consider.
Put it in the
Yeah.
budget.
I think that's a great idea, and I think that's something that we need to do more of that. And if we're not doing it, yeah, we need.
They're mature and they are
Exactly. There's
expensive
some
to
beautiful
get them at
trees
that
are out
age.
there, and they just get rid of them.
Mike will like that, as long as they're not oaks, or who's it?
Live oaks.
Live
Live
oaks.
oaks.
That's what we need to do.
Can we get a hologram of Commissioner Mike, so we can have him here? Just, and a little recording of what he says.
Okay.
We need to keep that in mind, what Danny just said about that, because that's a great idea. They're so expensive, the trees at that age, and when the developers
Mature
take them
trees.
out, absolutely.
Okay, I agree. Are we wrapping up, or is there anything else that needs to be added into any of these plans?
Vestal and midterm.
I would say Vestal in short term on the money that has already been allocated,
Correct.
and then midterm for expansion or further improvements. Yes? And I think we can revisit, just like we will for downtown, on a yearly basis and move things around as, if we have the ability to, in terms of staffing.
I think we're probably gonna be doing that for the entire plan.
Yeah, I think. All right, so we're down to the last plan then, right?
Do we need another break, or are we good?
I have a quick question.
Arthur.
I want to bring back the Gold Star Memorial since we're on parks.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
right.
The what, Commissioner?
Gold Star Memorial.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
That can be used, be funded through partnerships, but I would suggest it starts out with a hot tax. Because what you're trying to do there is bring in outsiders, visitors to see this. Now, the next question, the big question is, where would it be best to attract visitors?
Pendleton is where we have the
Didn't you,
Veterans
yeah, I was
Memorial.
gonna say where you already have it.
Because we have, that's where we have the Vietnam veterans.
Correct. If there's space there, that would be it.
We can find some space, Commissioner.
Pardon me?
We can find space to.
So
Maybe-
that one would be, I would say, midterm.
Yeah,
I'm good with that.
Yeah. I think
Yeah,
so.
because we gotta get those funds.
Yeah, we can do it. Do you know
Secure that,
what,
and then by the time they build it and so on the line,
do we have to apply for anywhere
The only
to,
thing-
to use that?
what?
The Gold Star?
All you need is, as far as I can, as my research has been, find the builder and set it up with him.
Oh,
It'll take a year or two before he finishes the memorial, okay? Then we gotta transport it and find a location, the whole nine. So that would be, a midterm.
And just so I can understand, you mean Gold Star from Harlingen, right?
It encompasses the whole valley,
Oh,
but,
okay.
okay, it's not just Harlingen.
Okay, I just want clarification. Okay. So you want like a whole thing, Gold Star for all the veterans?
Correct.
Should we put in midterm goals,
Memorial.
pocket parks?
No.
Neighborhood pocket parks?
Well, if the idea is that we need to improve everything we have now.
So long-term goals, neighborhood pocket parks?
Correct.
Okay.
And then also detention in parks. I think we should, you and I have talked about that, Daniel, trying to move towards that, tackle two things together.
Correct.
Is that long-term or midterm?
I think it's short-term, is, in my mind, as every park is analyzed, we're gonna look to see how we can turn it into a detention pond.
So short-term?
Yeah.
Okay. So short-term.
Which is interesting, right? Because then,
That might move certain things up.
correct, well, I would argue, like, for example, Danny, Juan, and I think Commissioner Gomez and I don't know if you were there, Commissioner, I forget, but we talked about the soccer fields, the Harlingen Soccer Complex, right? When it was built to, I forget the term, the polite term that was used, it was, they didn't put the type of dirt you want in there because it was gonna be too expensive, therefore the kids play on clay, and then, like, the kids can get injured, whatnot. Yeah, what we need is topsoil. And so what we've had conversations about, and I've had it with Chris and Oscar, is we already have all the equipment across the street. Why don't we just move it there and give you new topsoil? But if we're thinking about turning it into a detention pond, do we want to scrape out more of the topsoil than, or take off more of the clay on the top, put in the right amount of topsoil, and then leave it low so that it's also acts as a detention pond? But I don't know how much that helps you, because it's not necessarily near a neighborhood, right? Would we do the same thing for Wilson? I don't know how much.
You're talking about deepening them, right?
Correct. So like where you have your soccer fields, same thing, let's say for Vestal, or same thing for Victor, but it really depends on what positive impact will they have for the area around them, right? So I think an analysis would need to be done by parks to see which ones would be parks, and planning to see which parks would be a good idea, because I tried doing it for Lozano Plaza, before we started breaking ground on this stuff. I was like, can we turn it into a small detention pond? Engineering looked at it, they didn't think it would be viable, but I agree. I think these parks should be looked at for those issues before we start installing other things. Again, I just use yours because it's a big open space, but you don't have neighborhoods around there right now, so is it really beneficial to you? Just food for thought.
So short-term would be a parks drainage analysis. And so when we meet again, Danny, and you're looking at giving us the plan on how you're, like a plan of action, what is needed in terms of maintenance and getting where we need to be for the existing parks, then on there, we also need some, either it's done or how you're going to work with staff to ensure that there is that analysis on each of the existing parks, and then that needs to be part of the analysis on each park moving forward.
Potential retention.
Yeah. So long-term goals are really important. Is there anything else when you're looking at the future of Harlingen?
Yeah, another one. We can put it as a midterm, Harlingen Field.
Oh, so I have some, yeah. I think that Harlingen Field.
That was long-term?
Midterm.
Midterm.
Okay.
I originally said long-term, but we need to put it midterm. I know that Parks is looking at that as well, for the immediate future, in fact, next couple of months. But I've talked to them, and I've talked to Cassandra about how we can really jazz this up, but they need to get together.
So I would like to put the Harlingen Field on the short term.
Design?
Because I know staff's gonna come to us quickly here, so, for certain, a certain request, right, for the short term, and then the midterm, for a request to go out for, grant funding to completely revitalize that space with.
When you say Harlingen Field, what are you referring to?
The White Wings Field. Yeah, but I do think it's gonna require, grant funding.
And I would like us to look at seeing if we can sell the rights to the naming of the field.
That's a good idea.
Sell the rights, like NRG Stadium or Comerica, or it used to be when I was a kid, or younger when I was in law school, Minute Maid, but now.
Sell the rights.
Sell the rights.
I never even thought of that. That's a good idea.
Yeah, see which company, it could be Tito Resendez Field or whatever you want. Tito Resendez State Farm Field, whatever you want.
Go ahead and go.
I'll call my cousin.
Is your, oh, okay, yeah.
Conflict.
Yeah.
Is there a conflict?
Conflict, but whoever wants to buy them, but I think we should do that. Alexis and I at one point talked about for the stage,
HEB
the
or?
Lozano, yeah.
Okay. All right. So midterm is baseball field, grant funding, got it. All right. What about staff? You guys are real quiet. Do you have any ideas in terms of long-term goals, Danny, that we need in parks? What are you hearing from the community?
Yeah, but it's just the soccer complex. That's a huge one.
Okay.
Like I said, that's.
What about purchasing additional land for future parks?
So land acquisition, yes.
Long-term.
Not a
Long-term.
terrible idea.
Terrible idea.
Terrible idea. We don't want to do that. We don't have the manpower for it, man. Yes, kidding.
Just to buy? Somebody's salty.
Always, always, man.
It's all in good fun.
Agreed. And then something I would like us to look at midterm, this isn't necessarily a direct park issue, but I would like us to, we need to look at upgrading the park facilities, like the actual warehousing behind Harlingen
Oh,
Field.
yeah.
We're buying more equipment for all the things we're doing, but if, like, apparently it floods, not only from the ground, but also from when the rain coming through the ceiling, much like Pendleton. And so I know I've talked to Oscar about wrapping the whole thing, rewrapping it, and then expanding it. So I'd like us, short-term, to do a design, if you can get it to us in the next year or two, in between the 50 projects we have for you guys, right? And then we look at building it for you guys in the next 2 years. Once you guys are ready for it, I think you have it. Parks, is there anything else you guys need?
Personnel.
Jesus, man, help you.
They're not
Anything
gonna
else?
Add to this because this is their list. so.
That's
I think a long-term
list.
goal, we're looking at a centralized, our own location, like other municipalities, where we have our own building. and That's a long-term.
We could put it on the long-term thing. Where are you thinking?
So I already been thinking about that, and I've been talking to Anna, so we've got, it's a good point, I guess, a good time to bring it up, but we have the funding for the rec center, and it's going to be there at Pendleton Park, and so we have some great ideas and great renderings to have a all-inclusive type of indoor facility, but it would be nice if we can potentially go vertical and have Parks and Rec housed in the building too, upstairs, having the whole space, and then potentially having like a workspace area that's open to, staff if they're gonna have some kind of workshops and things like that. Kind of like the community center serves as their space, and the community center can be designated for something else. That could be an area where they can have small little workshops if they needed. So the entire upstairs would be for office space, because there was going to be some space designated, like for the coordinator or someone, or I think downstairs, one office. It's really not sufficient. So I know plenty of other cities here in the Rio Grande Valley that have their separate Harlingen, or their Parks and Rec department. And I think that this is an opportunity for us to be able to accomplish that.
We're also thinking about a yard or just office space.
Well, in the long term, ideally, like when I benchmarked against, like, let's say, the San Antonio, McAllen, and other areas, typically they have their administration office right next to the same building. Connected is their park staff, park maintenance, but they also have their yard. They also have their yard. So you have all your equipment stored, sheltered there. So a potential location could be right next to Harlingen Field. Maybe we have a future plan where we can just improve the yard, but kill two birds with one stone, where we can just do our headquarters there too, potentially.
I think, Mayor, we still need to have rec staff there at the rec center.
Yeah.
But maybe I think what they're talking about is more of a work.
Well, there's there's administration staff, and then there's the maintenance staff, so that's separate. I think that at the park, you're not gonna wanna have a whole warehouse area of, but you will want to have parks, admin staff, and that is more office space at the rec center. You're not gonna have enough room, and you're not gonna want, it's still a park and a hub for the community. But I do think to your point, we do need to update their facilities and ensure that it's secure for maintenance.
Greg.
And
my-
equipment.
The concern I have, and I haven't looked at any of the renderings, is making sure that whatever building we build there in Harlingen has the room to grow, like you guys have room to grow into it, right? My concern with a lot of the buildings that I see being built, people build it for their needs right now or their needs for the next 5 years. It's y'all's baby, right? It's all of y'all's baby. I would just make sure and build it so that parks can grow into it. And then on top of that, building them the space, not only for the current park staff, but if we're gonna grow the parks department in the next 5 to 10 years, to build them out sufficient space to grow into as well.
Right, and that's definitely the idea, because right now, they don't have enough space. They're at Lansing Hill on top of each other, and that would be ideal to have Lansing Hill specifically just for planning and engineering and code and all those good stuff, but to have parks separate.
Mayor, I think Commissioner Lopez brought up a really good idea on, for maintenance personnel, there where they're at, because it's centralized, right? That would be the ideal place to redo that section, maybe add I know you had brought up a boxing again, that would be to add there, or a boxing gym there, the trail is there, take full advantage of all that stuff.
Let's
I
do
think
it.
that's a great idea there.
Where's there?
At,
White Wing Stadium.
And Harlingen Field?
Harlingen Field.
Off of Wichita, yeah. Well, I leave it to you guys, Parks. If we move forward with this, if we move forward with this plan, it's gonna be your baby, and I don't, I wanna make sure you guys are happy and can grow into it, rather than in 5 years, we're coming back to this exact same conversation.
I agree. I think that, like Mayor says, to grow into it, I like the idea of it being at Pellenton Park, the administrative part of it, because people like to go where the parks are at, and the administrative, where you can be at, is really a good place. Of course, it's in District 1. Secondly, to have the maintenance part of it, and everything else, to find a location would be good as well. But I do agree with Commissioner Lopez to be able to build to where you can grow into it in the next 10 years would be great, because we don't want to have the same type of conversation right now to build in the next 5 years. We don't want to do that either. So I really do like that idea. Plus, you do need to grow, you need to have somewhere to move into now.
If you guys have an opportunity, you should swing out to go see Joe Vega's office at South Padre Island.
Oh.
It's,
That's nice.
yeah, well, they actually have whole space that hasn't been built out yet. So that when they're ready for it, they can build it as they need to be, so.
Why would you
So go
send
look
them
at it.
there? Then they're gonna want that.
So go look at it.
Yeah. So thank you, guys. I think we're done with
so
parks.
I think the only thing we're missing is we have like ADA compliance, yeah,
That's right.
You had a question?
Well, I just wanted to make a comment that we're transitioning our training facility over to the EOC. So the facility that we have on Murkowski, which is right next to the animal
dog.
shelter, that land could be available for maybe a park or a dog park or something, if you guys are interested.
That's District 2, they have too many.
It's a nice
I already have an
idea.
idea for that land anyways.
Okay.
He was.
You think I didn't know, my friends? You think I didn't have a plan? Which is, we can move into the comprehensive plan and the animal shelter.
Yes, okay, so, going once, going twice, sold?
One more.
One more.
All right, okay.
He has one more.
Sorry, Mayor.
Yes, sir.
Last term goal-wise, I think the commission and the whole city should have an initiative where all parks being constructed or playgrounds be all-inclusive, so that all children, everyone can enjoy the playground itself, and just make that a focus.
A long-term goal.
Sometimes we just look at a cost and, well, we'll do this type of playground, but it doesn't meet the needs of all the children or everyone. So just kind of have that focus there, all-inclusive playground.
I think that kind of goes along with our ADA compliance.
But I think that's good. What he's essentially saying is that we make it a guiding principle. And I'm on board with that.
All-inclusive.
And if we're gonna go with guiding principles, I got a few others, all right? Which is using native plants and then the dark skylights and all that type of jazz.
So can we put those on
Yes,
there
ma'am.
on our,
All-inclusive.
long-term?
Long-term, we can call them long-term guiding principles, because they'll be implemented essentially from day one, but.
And
it's-
that's kind of why I want for us, sorry to interrupt you, but for us to have a second meeting and have this committee with Danny, so that way we have like the expectations out there and they don't get lost. Like, I don't want this to be, okay, we did it, now it sits on the shelf. And so those are things that if we're gonna start moving forward on day one, then we need to start moving forward. It needs to be memorialized in paper, so that way we can continue down that path. So it's not just, oh, this park or that park. I think it's a great idea, but one day we all won't be here, and we would like for things to continue to go in that direction. So I think it's important that that's the vision of the city, and it gets placed in our plan.
Agreed. So, yeah, the long-term guiding principles would be ADA, we have ADA compliance, and would have native plants being prioritized. Native plants and wildlife being prioritized.
You don't have any
Native plant
preservation ideas?
Huh?
Preservation ideas that bleed into parks?
Yeah, I can go, again, this is just the priorities. I can work with staff on that stuff. The big thing, again, from that water conference was conservation. So it's how do we conserve the water as well? And then how do we make the best use of it? Staff is, Chris and Ruth did a great job with me on a beautification project where they use the drip lines. So it's like, all right, using drip lines where we need to, and then using the big sprinklers, like, the drip line won't make sense for you, right? You need the
To
big old
me,
water
it's
hose.
in nursing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, no.
Sorry.
Big sprinkler, so it's figuring that type of stuff out.
Okay.
But I got you. I got you. Ben.
All right, anything else before we move on? All right, okay.
So I have something, I'm sorry. When you say long-term guiding, ADA compliance, just for the people out there, are we not ADA compliance on our things right now?
No.
Okay.
And I think that needs to be in downtown plan as well, so if you want to circle back to that too, just, yeah.
It's there.
The
Yeah.
ADA
Yeah,
compliance
it's in the short term.
in our written
In our written
goals?
one right now?
It's the third one, the third bullet point.
The only thing that we have to be ADA compliant regardless of what we do is for street reconstruction and facility construction.
There's stuff on parks too.
There.
Is there really?
Yeah, I just
There is.
discovered it like 2 weeks ago.
Yes,
Don't say it in public, because I don't know.
That's exactly why I asked, because I've been asked that before, and I know the answer, so I wanted to know that, because I know we're probably going to be asked that, or many of us will be asked that today or after today, and I wanted to know that we're gonna be ADA compliance.
Yeah, I think it's a priority, in, again, going back to, we need to revisit the park, see what needs to be done, and to bring it up to a certain standard. Downtown is a whole other animal because of like some grandfathering clauses and moving
Correct.
forward. But not only is it a long-term goal that we continue to go down this path, like in terms of these guiding principles, to be able to ensure that moving forward, everything that is developed is ADA compliant, but also doing an inventory of what we have and a plan of action on how to get there. And next week, I'm sure you guys already saw the agenda, we do have an item on there from just one part of the community that has reached out, and we've been, staff and I have been working with them, the blind community, and they have concerns too, so we need to be aware of that. And I would like to see some of these small neighborhood pocket parks, kind of with that initiative to try to make it where there's a park for everybody in this community.
Correct.
Right. And that also goes to like our MPO and all that stuff, crosswalks, everything.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, okay. Nothing else, then we can jump right into the big Harlingen comprehensive plan. Gabe?
Mayor, in your packets, you also have a handout from Anna regarding some of the priorities that she has created. Now, this one, the comp plan is something that, all of these plans we use every day, but the comp plan has a bigger overreaching impact on the community, not just because of the requirements that they're suggesting, but also because it impacts development, housing, and the city's economy. So it starts with land use, and a lot of these are not going to be capital projects like we talked about for downtown and for parks. A lot of these are going to be regarding guidelines, policies, and so, and you also have, excuse me, a list of what I went through, what she submitted, and I came up with a few myself. And so I think these are going to be extremely important to look at and come up with our list, because they're, like I said, we're going to be using these on a daily basis, and it's going to impact not just the city, but also developers and contractors and everyone else that comes into town to expand. It started off with land use. Anna, this is not necessarily in the order regarding land use and all the other categories, right? It's just a listing of what you came up with for that particular category?
So yes, so I did put a rank. I assigned a rank on the last column. And it's a combination of importance, like basically like laying out the foundation for future policy implementation. And then also, you know, in line with, let's say in this case, it will be the comprehensive plan, which was a grant-funded project. And so the second component or the second deliverable for that, it was to adopt a revised zoning ordinance that is aligned with our hazard mitigation policy or hazard mitigation plan. And so that's why number one is update the zoning ordinance, which the consultant has actually gone through the zoning ordinance as well as the flood damage prevention ordinance. And they have recommended, you know, some minor edits. They are not doing the changes to reflect the future land use map, the new one, and they're not making changes to reflect the new district types that are being proposed in the comprehensive plan. So that's something that we have to take on and complete that. And so that's why that's number one.
So I would add on just something that's kind of been real, you know, at the forefront lately, and I'm sure you had some conversation on it during your town hall, is that if we're going to be updating the zoning ordinance, we need to look at now potential data centers coming into the community and ensuring that we are protecting the city and the resources of the city, and then also taking into account, like you've mentioned, the beautifying the city too, and making sure that in the future, we have zoning already in place. So I had looked at potentially a moratorium, and I reached out to our state delegation to see what's possible and what's not. And I think that there are some concerns. I know counties cannot do a moratorium, and if a city does, it could potentially be on the other side of a lawsuit. So because of that, I think that we need to really prioritize the updating of the zoning ordinance, and specifically something that the commission can adopt in terms of data center. It's going to require a little bit more research, and I think we've already, you know, we've started on that and already learned a lot. But that's going to something that we need to get done rather quick here. Not so much because of what could potentially be happening in other parts of the county, but for the future of the city of Harlingen, so that way we're ready.
Yeah, let me rephrase. There have been threats that if a county issued a moratorium, that
Well,
they
there
would
was
be
a lawsuit in one county in, I can't think of, I think it starts with like an H or something. I had looked,
Hayes?
maybe, let me see, I'll tell you.
There was Hayes in, I think King County, there was a threat of a lawsuit.
Not an actual lawsuit then?
Correct.
Okay. Nonetheless, we want to ensure that anything that we do complies with state law, clearly.
And I think in this case, Mayor, what I was going to suggest is that we have a workshop to talk about the proposed zoning ordinance, and then we can include any topics regarding an ordinance that we may have regarding data centers in that discussion as well.
Yeah.
And this certainly, I think, should be short-term.
I think we're ready to present the ordinance at our next commission meeting.
On the data centers? Okay.
I need to review it. I sent Mark mine. Mark then melded the two.
Oh, he's already done that?
Yeah, he already
Okay.
did it.
Not this meeting, but the following meeting.
Correct, not this Wednesday, clearly, but the next one, we can, I think, present it for commission review. And in fact, it may be best that Mark already send it out to the commission so they have time to digest it.
I'll talk to him after this meeting and ask him to do that. You want to talk about that at a city commission meeting, or you want to have a?
No, have it at a city commission meeting.
All right.
I mean, if possible, if we could take a look as well. I mean, based on our visit to Red Oak, I already went through their recommended, I guess the language that they have in the ordinance, and I think we actually got very valuable feedback on some of the things that we need to incorporate. And so I think Mark's approach to do a PD district, that's the way to go. That's the same approach that they're using, but there were some basic conditions or standards that they also need to meet. So we need to make sure that we incorporate those.
There was some really good feedback in terms of ensuring the appraised value and things like that
And
that are
infrastructure.
important moving forward. So I think if having Anna kind of come through that is going to be important because Mark wasn't there, and then so she can collaborate with Mark to ensure that we're protected. Not just what it is that we want in terms of the community and proximity and all those other things, but also long-term impacts for the city. And so I think if Anna can look at it, she can give us feedback on that as well. Can you send it to her too?
I'll have, Mark's going to send it out to everybody. I'll have him send you a copy. You haven't seen his version yet, have you?
Yes.
You have? Okay.
I received a copy of it a couple of days ago.
You've seen Daniel's copy?
No, I didn't send it to
No,
Anna.
yeah, if you could send it to Anna.
Mark will send you the copy, the final proposed.
Okay. So comprehensive plan, I think that we all agree that updating the zoning ordinance is going to be a short-term number one priority, unless anybody thinks something else needs to be before that. We're good? In terms of land use?
Correct. Something I was thinking, and maybe it's not necessarily a planning issue, but you mentioned even here on your second box, medical district. Do we have a certified medical or an actual identified medical district?
No, it's just a general location, and it's informal. It hasn't been designated, so maybe that's something that we can work out with the EDC.
I would like the planning to consider designating different districts throughout the city, just for naming issues, right? So you'd have your downtown district, right? And we kind of already have one, right? But you'd have your downtown district, you'd have your medical district, you can have your West Side Retail District, or whatever you want to call it, for that area off Stewart Place that's developing, things of that nature.
I think the university wanted something, remember a while back?
Correct.
It would be helpful.
But I like the idea of like, you don't necessarily need to make that the name of it, like the medical district, but you can have a name for it. Like, I always liked, Midtown, downtown, the Heights, Rice Village, and then you kind of knew exactly what area of Houston you're talking about. I know with Austin, San Antonio, they all have the same thing, so.
So for example, so that could be like, it could be a PD district for medical, right, a medical district. And so we have Project Organic, which is coming up to y'all soon. And so if we had already that PD district in place, they wouldn't have to come in and individually zone for that particular tract, so.
You remember the last challenge we had was when the university wanted their own district, and there was a medical district in the same location. So we have to look at that carefully.
Yeah, I leave that to you guys, I leave it to y'all to make the recommendations, right? Because eventually, we're gonna create like an art district and all that, so.
I think that that could be a midterm,
Yeah.
a midterm plan in terms of having designated districts throughout the city. I really like that idea, and I think it kind of separates this, Harlingen from the rest of the region in terms of modernizing and growing. And so we already kind of have them informally, people that live here, but not people that don't live here.
What is the neighborhood you grew up in? They had a name for it that I had never heard of. What's it called?
They're down, the one that, across the street.
La Guadalupe, right?
Well, actually, no,
Suarez?
It's the Guadalupe across the street, that's why the street is so wide.
Yeah.
And then that street, because it's so wide, like your husband.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to make that, but we grew up on downtown, the street's so wide, so that's La Guadalupe, and then across Zavala, it's La Reina.
Yeah, so,
So you wouldn't know that, but we knew that because we were grown up to know that. I mean, we were told.
yeah, I didn't know that until I was campaigning. I'd never heard that, but I was like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
that
We
These
knew that.
neighborhoods have those names.
We do that.
Yeah, but
We grew up knowing our neighborhoods. We did.
That's what I'm saying, like, if you're here, you're from here, you kind of know those things, but it's part of the history of Harlingen, and kind of formalizing different areas would be cool, would be nice.
We are.
cool, thank you.
Okay, so designate districts throughout the city, that's a midterm goal.
I know you're not.
So back to land use. You've got here number 2, identify and map key redevelopment sites citywide such as underutilized commercial parcels along major corridors, vacant property in and around downtown, underused sites in the medical district, and aging retail centers with large parking lots suitable for infill. So one of the things I think I had talked to you about, Gabe, and I think we just kind of didn't really, so many different priorities, we didn't circle back to it. But I think San Antonio, it might be, and you might look at theirs, I think they have it via ordinance, Anna, but what they've done is they've taken an inventory of all of the buildings throughout the city. And all vacant buildings have been identified. And if they are vacant, they have to pay a fee for being vacant, and then they have to be obviously up to code.
Registry.
Yeah, so there is an incentive package to redevelop those spaces. But they are identified, so at any given moment, you know which properties that are throughout the city, and that, to kind of identify those dilapidated buildings and what needs to, I know you've done a good job in your district in trying to condemn certain ones, so that way we can move forward and beautify those areas. But I think we need a plan across the city to identify those, and having property owners do their part. I don't know if that's something that the commission wants to do.
I'd like to learn more.
Me too.
Yeah, so if you want to look to see what they're doing over there, and then I think that they set aside some dollars at some point to try to revitalize those areas for the owners that were willing to participate, kind of like the preservation deal that you're doing. So if we can do that, but I also, it's not just a conversation that we had. I looked to see that they were doing over there, and then I didn't, follow through with that specific research and what they were doing. But it'd be interesting if you want to look at it and see when they started, and how it's improved their community, if at all. And that's kind of one of the issues, right, that you're trying to tackle here, is to identify areas that need to be improved, because that might be one way to go along doing that. So I don't know if you have this, Rolando, but it's basically what she has here as ranked number 2 in the short term. And it doesn't have to be so, like, not everything there, but
Yeah.
it could just say identify and map key to redevelopment sites citywide, and understanding that that's one way that we can look into that.
Yolanda, what you can do is just put down LU-2, and we'll know which one you're talking about, so we can.
Oh, no, on this one,
It's much different, yeah.
Yeah, this one's much different.
My notes are land use is one,
Yeah.
separate.
And I've got the issues with the vacant buildings that I'm gonna include.
this is what I was gonna say to help Rolando, is 1 through 4 here, you're fine with, right? Is everyone fine with 1 through 4 on page 1 of this chart?
I don't have an issue with it, but I don't
Is
know.
anyone up? Then I think I don't know if you want to put it like on the bottom right corner of long-term, just say page 1, good to go or something like that, just so you're not having to.
Well, this, we have this, but this is for the benefit of the people that are here listening in to the workshop. That's why we're
So
talking
you want them to
about it.
write down each one of these things?
No, but it needs to be, we need to, we can just identify them, on the record.
Okay.
So that way, but I agree. I mean, at this point for the long-term, or the comprehensive plan, unless things are shifting from what's being listed here, I don't think you necessarily need to write them all down. I agree that, because these are short-term and midterm, so you said.
Page
there's-
one, that's what I'm just saying.
Okay.
Just page one, good to go, so that he doesn't have
Okay.
to write down each one of these.
Okay. Got it. So are we going to share this online? No.
Well.
So that's
the-
the.
What I'm saying,
No, the items that are here are already online. The only difference is how they're arranged in priority for us.
Okay.
Once we get this, it'll be on the agenda for us to approve, and that document will be
Okay,
online.
okay, then I'm comfortable with that. All right, so, is there questions for Anna regarding the medium, or midterm, priorities? Yes or no?
no edits.
Okay. Then moving on, so we're good with that, Rolando, just like, Daniel said, I was making it more complicated than it needed to be. For housing, allowing accessory dwelling units in single-family districts. Can you expand on that a little bit, Anna?
Yeah, so currently accessory uses such as like a carport or a garage are allowed in residential districts. And so this one, we do have like the in-laws quarters and things like that, like requests like that. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to allow them, that we have some standards, design standards on how they should look like. And so while we're working on the zoning ordinance update, we can incorporate those standards.
So there was when I first came on board, and I think Daniel tackled it, there was all these issues with people wanting to get carports. I just don't want it to be more burdensome on, do you remember that?
Yeah, Commissioner Morales and I went at it, tackled this, like you said. And back then, they did a good job of, Josh, in fact, was the one that helped us. He did a good job of kind of making it easier for residents to build them, because it was pretty strenuous. Obviously, because we have, we're on the Gulf Coast, we have to deal with like wind factors that Hidalgo County doesn't have to deal with, so.
Okay.
We made it as easy as we possibly could within the confines of the law.
Okay, so I want to continue on that. I don't want to change that we have to revisit, and there are those issues again.
Good point.
That was the only thing on terms of like accessory type.
Yeah, we're trying to make it easier, more predictable.
Mayor, but I think on this one item, what I would suggest is that any accessory building that has water, sewer, bedrooms, not have a separate meter, because then they'll be able to rent those out, and that's what we're trying to avoid. I think they have to have one meter that goes from the house to that building,
Oh, yeah, without question, I think.
because otherwise, they'll be rented out as.
And that's a whole other issue I've been meaning to kind of revisit too. And it needs to be in our plan in terms of rentals. I know that we had agreed that did we get some software or something? I don't remember. But we were not collecting revenue for the Airbnb type of short-term rentals. And then we adopted something, but there's really no consequence if no one is reporting, right?
It's through Avenue, so we hired Avenue to do the short-term rental, sign up. But yeah, correct, there's no teeth to enforce it.
So that
Right,
needs
if I
to be-
recall correctly. it's-
Yeah, so we do have software to collect the taxes for the city tax for the short-term rentals, and they are sending in letters and emails to pay that. But if they don't pay it, they are sending them delinquent bills, but there is no really, like, they won't get in trouble. if they don't. Yeah.
So can we, and this might be a Mark question, you've got quite a few, I don't know what the.
No, we sent this, Cassandra and I can tackle
Okay.
this.
That just needs to get done, so that
Right.
way we are, the whole goal was to be able to collect, and if we're just sending out not even citations, it's just delinquent notices, just make sure that the plan is complete.
All right, Rolando, for this, then it'll be short-term 3, STR enforcement.
I like that.
Yeah, no, I've been going to seminars on this as well, so,
And this is short-term,
yeah.
no.
Correct, so
pun
short
intended.
term is defined as,
No, in the goal,
30 days or less.
up here in the first one, yeah. What did you say? STR what?
Enforcement,
Enforcement. Okay, and then you and Cassandra will take care of that.
yeah.
The other thing I don't see on here, and I really want to just take a moment to, and I wish that Mike was here too, but in terms of housing, I think when we had the consultant kind of go through and evaluate our housing, it's essential that we have housing at all price points and all types of housing. There's been lots of, development. It's kind of an explosive development, I would say, in subdivisions all across the community. And I would really like, when these developments come before this commission, that it is outlined with the comprehensive plan that these developments are in line with our comp plan. And it is a goal in the larger study of it all that we need apartments, we need townhouses, we need single-family homes, we need more housing. And so when we're turning away housing, we're not working towards that goal. So I don't think it's presented from staff in that way when it comes to us on how it aligns with our comprehensive plan, but we need to be cognizant of that when we are voting in terms of projects moving forward, just based on
Smart.
the type of housing it is, right? I know we've had some in District 5, we've had some in in all, except your district. Your district is so great, they always want all things. And so I always say that's, they welcome growth, but sometimes it's not that way in all areas. I think the garden homes, we and it's already done, but we shut down those garden homes. I think it was in your district. And I think that was a disservice to the community because we need to provide additional housing.
Yeah, good, I agree.
Okay, so that is short-term goal, is that we put a policy in place where when we are presenting to the commission how the development aligns with our comprehensive plan. All right. Economic development, create a reuse and redevelopment plan for Valle Vista Mall. I've been working with the EDC on this already. I think we just probably need to loop in, maybe updating the commission on that. But I do think that is a clear goal. Is this something that we're having on our comprehensive plan, though?
It's
That's
from,
what- yeah.
it's from the comp plan, yes.
Okay, is this something that we're having, how can I say, so this is the goal of the city commission, but the city commission doesn't truly have the,
I think we need to put something on the agenda about that, just so we can discuss it, because I get a lot of questions about that. I even get questions from my students
yeah.
about the mall, and I have to explain to them, because I know Norm and I met with some people, and we need to be able to explain more, because the average person does not understand why the city just doesn't go there and start building all these things at the Valle Vista Mall. So I think we need to put it maybe on the agenda, then have, either Orlando explain it or somebody explain what's going on with the Valle Vista Mall, not because we don't want it to develop, but there's limitations.
I'll have
I
Orlando
agree.
make a presentation.
I agree, but we need to let the public know why.
Right, so it is, although it is in our plan, the execution of it is not in our hands.
Correct.
Does that make sense? So it goes in a short-term, it's in the short-term
Mayor,
plan adopted to implement and plan adopted implementation initiated. And are you saying that in terms of a plan development with the city?
well, that one is a redevelopment plan, and that probably would have to be funded by the EDC. So that's something that obviously it's out of the city's hand, what happens to the property, but at least to have some strategy in place to present to whomever comes in and asks for, maybe if they have any interest, or maybe that's how the EDC sells that development. That plan is usually what kind of helps them do that.
Could you ask Orlando to do something like the second meeting in March?
Yes, I'll ask them.
Okay. All right. Prepare shovel-ready sites with zoning and utilities to attract industry. That has been a real issue too, right? To ensure development can happen based on whether or not it is feasible. That's more kind of like in your district, like the industrial part area.
The 84, that's what
The
you're talking about?
utility. Mhm.
Yeah, and in fact, if I recall correctly, I was reading that President Trump's economic zones or enterprise zones is coming up again for redesignation, so we're gonna have to do that.
She's on 85?
What about that? Yeah.
Well, it's
Either way, it's the same
it's a
concept.
combination of, yeah.
Mayor, just so you know, this issue was brought up by TIP Strategies. They did an economic development study, I'm guessing 2006, and one of the priorities they mentioned was getting sites shovel-ready for developers. They also did a leakage analysis at that time, and it was reported that we were leaking out $360 million a year. Yeah, so this has been a problem, from day one.
So what I think that we need to do is part of the plan, and I know that it's supposed to be what's happening, I don't know how often, but we need the EDC to present to the commission on what the plans are moving forward.
I can have Orlando look at these priorities and just present on what he's got.
Okay. Yeah, because, it really depends on the board that you have, right? Like, there's two schools of thought, right? Like, you wait for the developers to come to get everything done, or you have them ready to go. And I don't know if it's shifted at all within the board, to be honest. You go to more of the meetings to the EDC, are they more inclined to have it ready to go, and put in the utilities and get it, shovel ready for a project, or they wait for the developer to come in and then share in the cost, or?
I think that my impression is there's been a philosophical shift with the development of the Roosevelt Industrial Park, because we're putting in most of the
Yeah.
infrastructure, if not all of it. But I would have to verify and have that conversation with them again.
So I think it'd be good for them to kind of tell us what their plan is moving forward, so that way it aligns with the comprehensive plan. Okay.
And if I recall correctly, the last time I asked them about this specifically, Orlando said that he was waiting for our plan to come out, and then the airport's gonna be doing their plan, and then EDC is gonna update their plan. So I think they're in flux, not necessarily in flux, but,
Yeah, well, I know because now there's different board members. Before, when I first came on board,
Same, yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I think the transition.
Okay, so we just need to revisit that. Okay. So transportation and mobility, improve intersections with high crash rates using safety
time
audits. Okay, we're not moving on?
Page 2, I think we're good to go,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We can, put that in the bottom right corner.
I agree.
So transportation, improve intersections with high crash rates using safety audits. This is a midterm goal. Do we have any transportation and mobility short-term goals, Anna?
The development of the mobility master plan, which is gonna come up, I think that's gonna help us cover all of those.
Yes.
So
So,
put them, I guess, medium and long term.
okay. Oh, they're not kind of in order, that's why. All right, got it. Okay, all of these are important and they are in line with the plan. So I think those will be adopted.
Same page 3?
Mhm.
You good to go?
Yes,
Any objections?
they go exactly from the plan.
Yes.
All right. And so then we are good, Rolando, with the items on page 3.
Yo, actually, on page, 4, just so we can,
It's up by the top.
yeah, I'm already talking to Anna and Mark about continuing the development of the T Street Multimodal Center.
Okay.
And so hopefully we can finish that up.
T Street, what again?
Multimodal Center, remember? The transit center?
You remember?
I don't remember.
So one of those things, right? Like,
Yeah. It's, once I heard that word, I started hearing it a lot, so that's the only reason I remember.
Transit terminal.
Transit terminal was the other one, yeah.
And just so you know, staff did a phenomenal job in getting it to where we are today.
Correct?
If we had been waiting for the MPO to do it, we'd still be waiting for them to buy the property.
Yeah. Yeah, all right, so then.
okay. Moving forward to infrastructure and utilities. You want to look through those?
Yeah, on U9, second from the bottom, Anna, I love that. I think it's fantastic. It's something that we absolutely need to do for the public's hardened infrastructure against extreme weather events. A pivotal moment in my life was Hurricane Dolly, and I had to couch surf for 2 weeks because we didn't have power for that long. How do you envision us doing this?
I mean, it's just a general policy at this point, so that's part of the research that we have to do now.
So is there,
But this is like generators, making sure that there's redundancy in the, the systems for each building, which ones are gonna be designated to be open in case of an emergency or in case of a hurricane, things like that,
so this is only, when you say hardened infrastructure, you're talking about only city infrastructure, or like city buildings, city facilities?
Yes,
Well, I think-
and so that's why the output is number of facilities upgraded.
And I think it would include waterworks as well, because some of them are in this section.
Yeah.
And I think one of the biggest things would be that they have access to generators. And I think they may have already addressed that, but I'll double check with waterworks. Because when we had Winter Storm Uri, there was a time where we were touch and go because we had to get, I think we got a generator from the county to help us keep the water plant going, because we didn't have our own. And I think now we've since received some, but I'll double check with Waterworks. But I think that's what this,
I think Mike's been leaving that charge for waterworks. Yeah, what I'm thinking of though is citywide, right? So we're having these new developments come in on the west side and the south side. I would like us to see what can we require that will harden those neighborhoods from power outages, right? Like, should we start burying all our power lines if that be the new requirement? So now branches aren't gonna be an issue that we have in my district, right? Things of that nature. So how can we take a holistic look? And I think we need to create a plan of how do we harden citywide for these types of events?
I agree. I think we need to have some type of study.
Correct, and that's what I'm saying is like, if you think that's the route we need to go, we have to have a study for the citywide. I know Public Works is obviously doing their part in hardening our infrastructure against rain, but Uri was its own monster, right? And we're gonna be having heat issues, so how do we make sure that we have enough power or whatnot, right? And so things of that nature.
So I definitely think that we probably need to move up ours into a medium term at the very least, because it's a real concern for city, for our own infrastructure, and then a study in the short term citywide. Is that right?
I think that,
I agree.
I agree. with
Okay.
that.
And then another thing I'd like to move up is the modernizing of the city infrastructure with smart LED street lightings, adaptive traffic signals, and green storm water features to enhance safety, efficiency, and sustainability. I think lighting is a huge concern throughout the city, and whatever it is that we need to do to prioritize that, to ensure the safety within major thoroughfares and also within the neighborhoods themselves.
It's already on the next, it's on the next page, short term.
I like the IU-10 that you have, Anna, the green stormwater features, right? I know that Danny's doing one there at Lancey Hill, not Lancey Hill, McKelvey, right? Which I love it, and so it's like, how do we turn our infrastructure into something that's attractive as well, and we turn it into multifaceted assets, so.
So did you want to bring IU-10, Mary, to short-term?
So I feel like IU 2 and IU-10 kind of blend together on a.
Correct.
So it's not just the street lighting, it's all the lighting throughout the city. And, you know, because, and I know that we've had our share of pedestrian fatalities, and I will say that I know that the chief and PD are doing a great job, and I just had a meeting with our judge, and she said that they're really enforcing like the jaywalking and like they really are. So they're doing their part to try to prevent pedestrian fatalities and things like that. But the lighting is a huge issue throughout the city. So how do we prioritize that? What is it that we need to do to ensure that we get more funding, and so when we're going to modernize, how are we going to go about doing that? How are we going to get the funding? Is that something that you envision that we get grant funding, or we're allocating money within the budget every year to do a certain portion? Because I know you guys have done the solar lights and those and then certain lights through Sandy's department, but that's not, I mean, we're never gonna finish if by doing it in that fashion. It's great, it's an additional bucket of money, but it's such a huge priority. How are we going to tackle it and have real results within the short term?
So we do have a grant in place. It's actually a formula allocated grant from the Department of Energy. And so for some reason, there hasn't been any movement on it at the federal level. Like, it was frozen for a while, and then they just haven't responded to any of the emails that we have sent. And so that one it's sufficient funding to replace, I don't know, more than 1,000 lights within the city, and it was citywide. And so it was a grant that we had to go through different phases, and it was probably approved a year and a half ago.
Okay.
And so, but we just haven't moved forward with it. I think that one, upon implementation, I think it was gonna upgrade about, I don't know, close to 50% of the lights that we have in the entire city.
So could you send me that? Because this is the one that you kind of said, once it's already been granted, even if
Yes.
it is frozen or
We have
whatever.
it. It's in there, but for some reason, there hasn't been any movement. I don't know if it's because of all of the layoffs that they did at the federal level. But anyway, so that's something that, hopefully once we get the green light, we should go ahead and do an MOU with AEP. And AEP is the one that's actually going to be doing the work, so it wouldn't be done by the city. Now, my thing too is, as far as AEP as a partner, it's their responsibility to do the conversion to LED, from HPS to LED. And so for some reason, I don't know if we haven't initiated that conversation or we haven't made it a requirement, but it should be on them because this is their infrastructure. It's not necessarily the city's.
How's our relationship with them, Gabe? Do we have a good because it seems like anytime we have something with AEP, it takes forever.
We've always had a good relationship with them. Of course, they've changed reps quite a bit. This is the fourth rep I work with from AEP. And it's not because they retire. Frank was the last one that retired, and Gail took over for him. So, yeah, we do have a good relationship.
I talked to a few people at AEP, not necessarily for the city, but AEP seems to be responsive when I call them. Well, as a constituent, I would call them, and a certain light at the end of the cul-de-sac is out, and it's been out for 2 weeks, and they'd get it fixed, and they were really responsive, but I don't know how the city is, and I always work with the same rep, so.
The nation's utility companies are in no rush to convert
Right.
street lights to LED, because that means they sell less electricity, and that means less cash flow.
Correct.
Okay, well, if, Anna, if you can just update us with what that would look like, kind of what is anticipated in being transitioned or changed, and I can follow up with you on the funding.
Excuse me, before we move on, I want to backtrack to the infrastructure and utilities. Under the first one, the IU 8 and 6, upgrading drainage systems in flood-prone neighborhoods and coordinate infrastructure upgrades with street reconstruction plans. We got engineering, public works. Can we make sure that we also work with Harlingen Waterworks on both of these? And the reason behind it is reducing our wastewater backup issues throughout the city. That is something we have to work with. I know that if we repair the streets or take care of the flooding, it would also help them out if we go to different areas that they're prone to have some backwater issues. So that's all I'm asking for. Thank you.
All right, otherwise, anything else on page 4?
That was IU 6, you said, Commissioner?
8 and 6.
8 and 6.
8 and 6, okay.
Any other amendments or changes?
We're melding 10 and 2, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we're good.
Then we're good on page 4 as well, Yolanda? All right, moving on to 5. And PS1 is also part of that one, right?
Yep.
Enhanced public lighting, crosswalks, alleyway designs, citywide, yeah.
Hold on, Peter, just a second. We're on page 5, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Develop and monitor smart and green Harlingen, love it. I would like to move S6 to short term.
Okay.
Yes, which is, S6 is we're gonna put, Renato, quote, smart and green Harlingen, end quote. And that's, we can just put that as S6.
You want that in the short term?
Yes, sir.
I was gonna ask you a question, but I know the answer. Can we afford it? And the answer is,
The answer is we gotta design it and then we can figure it out, right? So much like what we did with, that other gentleman that's figuring out how we can optimize our savings to then, use our savings to optimize and update our infrastructure.
You like Snyder Electric?
That's the one I'm thinking of, correct. And in fact, what I would also like to do is on S6, include Public Works.
Yep.
you said F6?
S6, the
Okay.
same one we just discussed?
Public
Add
Works.
Public Works as a department that needs to be looped in on that one.
On Public Works and everything.
DFM4, which is update a drainage master plan every 10 years. Have we not been doing that? And when you say update the master drainage master plan, are you talking about the Public Works work plan, or are we talking about like the CSE plan we just got?
Right.
Okay.
And so obviously that one is brand new, but we have to,
I think the last time we did it was in 2008.
And-
yes, so it's been quite a few, more than 10 years.
So that would be midterm then, since
No.
we just updated it?
No,
No.
that's already been done.
The thing is, we have to do it at a 10-year interval so we can constantly get the right funding possible. If we wait till year number 12, it'll take another 2 or 3 years to develop, and we're on a holding pattern to get any type of funding from Texas Water Development Board or any other funding. So 10 years is right on. We need to stay on top of that. So at year 8, we need to start working on the updated.
Right.
And speaking of this, has anybody worked on the updated FEMA plans?
Are you
For
talking about the
the-
hazard mitigation plan?
I believe the last time it was really updated was back in 1971, 72 after Beulah. And find out where the low-lying areas
Are you
are.
talking about the flood maps?
Yes.
I think the former engineer was working on that. Luis?
I think the county's working on that. Isn't Commissioner David Garza spearheading something along that exact line? Because you have what, like Zone X, like I live in Zone X, which shows no flooding and all that stuff.
Yeah, that's,
Those were updated back in 2008. That was the latest, and technically that's what we have adopted as a city. It's
But-
in the flood prevention ordinance.
Garza is doing something.
Yeah, Commissioner David Garza is doing something along those lines. But yeah, I agree with Commissioner Morales that we would like to see if we can update those as well, given the fact that Harlingen and the valley in general is turning so much from agriculture to like residential and metropolitan. We need to make sure that we're safe when we are building new neighborhoods. All right, but so we'll keep that there, but if we can just add to that. So if we can put, Rolando, for DFM4, you can just put midterm, and you can write DFM4. Also update flood zoning maps every 10 years. Otherwise, I'm good with page 5. I know you hopped in here late, Mayor. How's everyone else? And then we can swing back to the mayor.
I'm good.
just fell in.
Exactly. All right, last one, revise zoning to support drainage-sensitive design. I'm good with that short term. Perfect. I think we're done.
We have lunch in the executive chambers for all you guys.
All right. Is that it?
Yes, ma'am, that's it.
Okay. We are adjourned, and we see we followed through in our promise.
You did.
Have lunch and go home. Or if you're
Wow.
me, go work.
Go to court, you said, yeah?
No, go work.
Oh, go work.
Yeah, I've got to-